In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11 as the world marks
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. The big story that we are tracking at this hour are the shots that have been fired outside Disha Patni's residence in Bareilly in Uttar Pradesh. Now, an investigation has been launched, but on the CCTV footage, 2 men are seen fleeing from the spot after firing the shots. We'll get you all the updates on the investigation that is currently underway. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Speeding truck rams over Ganesh Visarjan devotees, 9 dead and 22 injured in Karnataka. Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoles death in Hassan tragedy, assures all possible support to the victims and those injured. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Manipur today, his first visit since the Kuki-Meitei unrest. Defence Ministry receives Indian Air Force's proposal for buying 114 made-in-India Rafale fighter jets. Donald Trump says his decision to impose a 50% tariff on India over New Delhi's purchases of Russian oil is a big deal that caused a rift between the two nations. And police registers FIR in connection with the Delhi and Mumbai High Court hoax bomb threat case. Viewers, the big story that we are tracking from Uttar Pradesh, multiple rounds of shots were fired outside Bollywood actor Disha Patni's house in civil lines in Bareilly last night. Police confirmed on Friday now 2 motorbike-borne assailants opened fire over the alleged insult of Hindu saints Premanand Maharaj and Aniruddhacharya Maharaj. Reportedly, the Goldie Brar group has claimed responsibility for the firing. An FIR has been lodged after the incident and 5 teams are currently investigating the matter. So shots were fired outside Bollywood actor Disha Patni's family home in Bareilly yesterday. And in the CCTV footage, two unidentified men are seen on the CCTV fleeing the scene. No injuries were reported, but what we do know is that investigation is currently underway, and 5 teams are there that are investigating the entire case. So,
घटना तो आपने देख ही ली है कि 2 अज्ञात व्यक्तियों के द्वारा मेरे घर पर बर्स्ट फायर किया है। गन शॉट तो फायर, चूंकि उस समय तो हम लोग दहशत में थे, मैं जग भी गया था, बाहर आने की कोशिश भी करी थी, आया भी था, और जैसे तैसे आड़ लेके हम लोग बचे हैं। कार्रवाई पुलिस ने अपना पूरा जितना प्रयास पुलिस कर सकती है कर रही है। माननीय योगी जी का ये उत्तर प्रदेश है, और योगी जी का भी पुलिस को एक स्पष्ट आदेश है, 0 टॉलरेंस, और स्पेशली इस तरह की जो गुंडागर्दी या इस तरह की दहशतबाजी है उस पर पूरा लगाम लगाने की उनकी कोशिश है।
So what we have is the access to the CCTV footage, and in that footage 2 men are seen there fleeing from the scene, and that after firing those shots. So while we are tracking the ground updates, here is what exactly happened last evening. Take a look.
In a shocking turn of events, unidentified gunmen reportedly opened fire outside Bollywood actor Disha Patani's residence in Uttar Pradesh's Bareilly. While the actress lives in Mumbai, her family, including her parents and siblings, are based out of Bareilly. The police have confirmed that the shooting occurred around 4:30 a.m. with at least 2 rounds of aerial firing reported.
पर बाइक से आए 2 अज्ञात हमलावरों द्वारा फायरिंग की घटना की सूचना आज दिन में प्राप्त हुई थी। एसपी सिटी के साथ एसओजी व सर्विलांस की टीमों को तत्काल मौके पर भेजा गया। घटना की पुष्टि होने पर प्रार्थना पत्र लेकर गंभीर धाराओं में थाना कोतवाली पर एफआईआर पंजीकृत की जा रही है। परिवार की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित करने के लिए पर्याप्त आर्म्ड पुलिस बल की तैनाती की गई है। एसपी सिटी व एसपी क्राइम के पर्यवेक्षण में 5 टीमों को तैयार किया गया है, जो घटना के अनावरण एवं अभियुक्तों की गिरफ्तारी सुनिश्चित करेंगी। जो भी घटना में शामिल हैं उनके विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई पुलिस के द्वारा की जाएगी।
An FIR has been registered in the matter and armed police personnel have been deployed for security. 5 teams have been constituted under SP City and SP Crime for probe on the shooting. The Senior Superintendent of Police has announced that strict action will be taken against the accused. Goldie Brer gang has reportedly claimed responsibility for the firing. The gangsters have claimed in a post that went viral on social media that the firing at the Patani's Bareilly residence was because of insult meted out to spiritual guru Premanand Ji Maharaj. A few weeks ago, Disha Patani's sister Khushbu had called out Aniruddhacharya Maharaj for his remarks on live-in relationships. It was presumed that Khushbu's comments were aimed at Premanand Ji Maharaj, who had separately spoken about women, marriage and his views on live-in relationships. However, Khushbu Patani later clarified that her remarks were only against Aniruddhacharya Maharaj and not Premanand Ji Maharaj. In the chilling message posted by gang Goldie Brer, they stated that if anyone shows disrespect towards their religion, no one in the house will be left alive. Police have reportedly confirmed that a search is underway to track down those behind the firing.
Let's move on the bulletin now. A chilling accident occurred in Karnataka's Hassan when a goods truck rammed into a Ganpati Visarjan procession near in Hassan district. The accident took place on the bustling NH 373 road that left 9 people dead, with the district administration warning that the death toll could rise further. As many as 22 people have sustained injuries, causing the incident to become tragic, and they have been transported to various hospitals in Hassan. All right, so that is the biggest story from Karnataka coming in. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also condoled the death of the people in the tragedy. Earlier, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also expressed profound grief over the loss of lives, and he also announced a compensation package. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also announced a compensation package. Abhishek, my colleague, is now joining us live from Karnataka. Abhishek, what are the updates we have in the case? What is the condition of the injured? Because it is expected that the death toll may rise. It has risen to 9. By last evening, it was 8. One more person has died. Any updates on those who are admitted in various hospitals?
Well, with respect to the people who've already lost their lives, they belong to the age group 17 to 25, and one person of age group 55 has already succumbed to death during the procession which was happening yesterday, where a truck rammed into an opposition side of the road, claiming the lives of 4 people immediately at the spot and 4 at the hospital and 1 on a later note. On the other hand, we've also been informed that around 22 persons are still in the hospital taking necessary treatment, and some of them are supposed to have been in the critical stage, is what we have been informed. With respect to the politics and the minister, the district in charge minister Krishna Bairagowda is already on the way towards Hassan's Hole Narsipura's Mosale Hosali, where the accident happened the previous night. The Vipaksh Nayak, or the opposition leader R. Ashoka, will be reaching the spot at around 11:30 in the morning. These 2 persons will reach the hospital, conduct a meeting with the officials from the government, the SP and the DC and various other officials, after which they will be moving towards the accident spot, and they will also connect with the families of the deceased persons to pass on their condolence message, and they will also meet the people who are admitted in the hospital. They will also make sure that these people in the hospital will be taken care of by the government. On the other hand, we've also been informed by the Karnataka state government that the CM has announced a package of 5 lakhs to the family of the deceased persons, and the entire treatment of the people who have been injured in this accident will be taken up by the government. We've also seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has announced a package of 2 lakhs to the people who have lost their lives in this incident, and 50,000 towards the people who have been injured in this incident. Also, we have been informed that the truck driver has been taken into custody. However, he also wasn't feeling well. He also has been injured, and he is also in one of the hospitals taking treatment. There is a complaint which has been already registered against the truck driver for the negligent driving. We've also seen the CCTV visuals, which very clearly shows that the truck driver had immediately oversped, and he changed the lines after he lost the control on the truck. Was he under the influence of alcohol? Was there any other brake failure or any technical glitch in the lorry or the truck, is the information that will be shared by the police in the next couple of hours. On the next note, we also are seeing JDS Youth Wing's President Nikhil Kumaraswamy, who had visited the hospital at around 2 a.m. in the night. He also made sure that he was with the families of the people who already lost their loved ones, and some of them who already injured. So we will have to see how this unfolds in the next couple of hours. Aishwarya.
All right. As you mentioned, the driver has been taken into custody, and we have to wait and watch how whether he was under influence of the alcohol. But talking about the spot there where the gun procession was going on, was there any police presence there? Has the administration said anything about the crowd management there? Were there any barricades put there? Was there any traffic diversion in place that led this truck to go awry and ram into the devotees?
Well, initially what we have been informed is when the procession was en route in Mosale Hosali, there was a hostel nearby, and some of the students from the hostel came out to be a part of the procession, and there were no adequate police deployment, is what we have been informed. The SP and the DC are in constant touch with the district in charge minister Krishna Bairagowda, and also the minister is seeking the answer for the negligence of the police department and the district administration as well. We will have to see who actually had to make the arrangements. Was it the police? Was it the district administration? Was a permission already sought? If at all there were no permission, if there was no permission sought, why did the police allow 3,000 people to conduct this procession on a huge note? Was there a permission to take the DJ on the roads as well? So this information will be shared by the district in charge minister and the district administration or the deputy commissioner of the Hassan in the next couple of hours after briefing it to the district in charge minister. So we will have to see if there will be any official statement from the DC as of now. Aishwarya.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for bringing us all the updates on that story. And viewers, let's also take a look at the other big stories that are happening across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
After an indecent comment was made on a religious book on social media last night in the Sadar Bazaar police station area of Shahjahanpur, hundreds of people reached the police station late at night demanding the arrest of the accused. Police have arrested an accused in the case. However, calming the anger of a crowd became a challenge for the police and they had to resort to lathi charge.
एक अभद्र टिप्पणी की थी सोशल मीडिया पर, तत्काल उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है, पोस्ट डिलीट कर दी गई है, अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है, स्थिति सामान्य है। हमारी अपील है कोई भी अफवाहों पर ध्यान न दे।
The Defence Ministry begins discussions for a landmark deal worth 2 lakh crore rupees involving the procurement of 114 made-in-India Rafale fighter jets. The project, touted to be the biggest defence deal ever signed by the Indian government, is set to strengthen the India's aerial combat capabilities amidst growing regional threat perceptions. All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Manipur today in what will be his first visit to the state since ethnic violence erupted there in 2023. The Prime Minister is scheduled to land in Churachandpur at around 12:30 p.m. He'll be travelling from Aizawl in Mizoram. The Prime Minister's tour will begin at Mizoram's Aizawl, where he will lay the foundation stones and inaugurate projects worth over 9,000 crore rupees. Now, these include the Bareilly-Sairang railway line, the 45-kilometre Aizawl bypass road, the Thenzol, Sial-Suk and Khankon-Rongura roads, and an LPG bottling plant at Mualkhang. So it is a big and a very significant visit. Prime Minister Modi will also interact with the people there. All right, let's get update from our colleagues who are joining us on the ground there. We are joined in by Anirudh, who is joining us from Churachandpur, and we also have another colleague, Johnson, who is joining us from Imphal. First coming to you, Anirudh, first coming to you, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to land in Churachandpur in just... all right, I will come back to there, but let's first go across to Johnson, who is joining us from Imphal. Johnson, as you were telling us earlier, how significant this visit is going to be. Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also, travelling to 2 other states, including Assam and Mizoram. But it is the, his visit to Manipur really that is going to be closely watched there. And the big question, will it bring a lasting peace there? That is going to be a key question.
Yes, Astoria. There's a hope from all the public that Prime Minister's visit, his first visit after the current conflict, will bring peace and lasting solution for both the communities. And as I have already mentioned that during his visit, the Prime Minister will be meeting with the IDPs of all the Bareilly districts, and he will be addressing the masses of the public inside the Kangla itself. Yesterday late night, due to heavy rainfall, the place where the program is to be organized was slightly flooded, but it is expected that there is a full hope that the last number of people will be coming to participate. The meeting itself, and here is the security arrangement here. Security from both state forces and central forces have already arrived since the early morning, and they have been doing a very strict survey in and around the Kangla, and also the central forces have been using sniffer dogs and metal detectors to detect whether there is some illegal elements or not. So, and yesterday also the district administration of Imphal West have issued a notification to all the public who are concerned to join the meeting. They are not allowed to bring some few items, and the items name has also been lifted out. Since early morning, the district police and higher authority, higher senior police officer have also arrived in the same spot itself. And as of now, no vehicles are allowed to enter inside Kangla, where the public meeting is going to be held. So Prime Minister is going to visit Imphal as his second program. He will be first visiting Churachandpur. After his return from Aizawl, he will be visiting Churachandpur at 12 to 12:30 p.m. And then he will be coming back for his second public meeting in Kangla itself. So the public overall have a firm belief and have a hope that this Prime Minister visit will bring a long-term solution and lasting solution for the ethnic violence to end, and we have to wait what address he will be giving to the public in this meeting itself.
Absolutely. Anirudh is also with us, joining us. You stay with us, Johnson. We'll just come back to you because Anirudh has now joined us. Anirudh, what are the updates you can provide us? We understand Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to, be there in just about 2 hours from now. Any updates there? How does the itinerary of the Prime Minister look like there?
Yes, it is expected that the Prime Minister will be landing in Churachandpur at around 11:30, and first he will be landing at the Churachandpur helipad, and from the Churachandpur helipad his car is down, and this entire stretch of
with colorful flags, and also though it is raining incessantly for the last at least 2 hours, people are not deterred. People are turning out in large numbers. Already more than 50 to 60% of the hall has been full, and people are turning out in large numbers to hear the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will be, once he arrives at the peace ground, the Prime Minister will be having an interaction with internally displaced people who suffered the most during the ethnic violence in other parts of Manipur, particularly in the valley. They will be the one whom the Prime Minister will be interacting with here in Churachandpur, and after that the Prime Minister will be addressing a rally where he will be inaugurating, he will be laying foundation stone for projects worth around 7,300 crore. And after that, he will be moving from Churachandpur to Kangla Fort. His chopper will land directly at the Kangla Fort. In Kangla Fort, the Prime Minister will inaugurate projects worth rupees 1,200 crore. They will be dedicated to the nation. The Prime Minister's visit overall is very significant, given the fact that after 2 year and 4 months long ethnic violence, the Prime Minister is visiting Manipur. There have been a lot of political hullabaloo as far as the Prime Minister's visit to the state of Manipur is concerned. In fact, but given the fact that the center has been putting in an holistic approach to being an everlasting peace and a permanent solution to the state of Manipur, the Prime Minister's visit is very significant, Victoria.
All right. Thank you so much, both of you, for giving us all the ground reports on the Prime Minister's visit there. So in about 2 hours from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to land in Manipur. Meanwhile, let's take you to Imphal for the latest on ground preparations ahead of Prime Minister Modi's much anticipated visit. Here is a walkthrough by our reporter, Johnson.
Right now, I'm at the front of the gate. Prime Minister will be arriving in Manipur today and will be first going to Churachandpur at around 12:30 p.m. and he will be addressing the public at Churachandpur Peace Ground. So after that, he will be coming back to Imphal, Kangla, and he will be addressing here also to the public, and he will be meeting with some of the IDPs. For his visit, the security arrangement had already been completed, and as you can see here, there is complete security arrangement for his visit, for his safety only. Those who are going to participate in today's public meeting, District Administration of Imphal West have yesterday issued a notification that those who are going to participate in this public meeting, they are not allowed to carry such things, and the list has been listed out. The place where the public meeting is to be held, which is inside the historic place Kangla, was slightly flooded because of yesterday's rain also. But still, there is still expectation that a huge number of public will be participating in this meeting itself, because everybody wants to know what the Prime Minister will be addressing to the public and what he will be giving to the public to restore peace and normalcy in the state itself, a state where a conflict is being carried out. Conflict is going since the 3rd May of 2023. Even though everybody is yet to know that Prime Minister will be visiting Manipur, and no one from the official or from the authority disclosed Prime Minister will be visiting. Yesterday only, the Chief Secretary of Manipur and the Northeast in charge Sambit Patra have disclosed that Prime Minister will be visiting Manipur and announced officially. So during his visit to Manipur, Prime Minister will be inaugurating huge projects, and foundation stones of the various projects will also be laid. So the key benefits of Prime Minister visit are also stated fully in flex here.
All right, we'll take a short break, and coming up ahead, Vijay wave in Trichy. We'll get you all the updates on that big story from the south of the country.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. to hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not...
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay.
Distinguished guests, friends from the media.
The people, and that is going to inaugurate infra projects worth 9,000 crore rupees. And Prime Minister in the traditional attire there, striking a chord with the people of Mizoram. And we have the Railway Minister and the Information Broadcasting Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, speaking right now.
Project. It includes 45 tunnels and 55 major bridges. It is practically a series of bridges and tunnels. There's a bridge, there's a tunnel. Then there is a bridge, then there is a tunnel. It's like that. That's the way this line is built because of the Himalayan mountains and the deep valleys. In fact, one bridge in Mizoram is taller than Qutub Minar in Delhi. This line will now connect Mizoram with Guwahati, Kolkata and Delhi and many other destinations. Today, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will start 3 new trains. First, Rajdhani Express to New Delhi. Second, Mizoram Express to Guwahati. Third, Kolkata Mizoram Express to Kolkata. Friends, the railway connectivity will help the entire country experience this beautiful natural beauty of Mizoram. Tourist arrivals will increase. Homestay will become very popular. New jobs will be created, friends. And we are also starting cargo operations within this week. Cost of cement will reduce. Cost of steel will reduce. Time taken to bring the daily household items will significantly reduce. What used to take days will now be done in hours. And above all, we are also starting one refrigerated coach. The beautiful turmeric, the beautiful ginger and the very, very unique fruits of Mizoram will now find new markets. Friends, all this was possible because of our beloved Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's strong leadership and firm commitment for Mizoram. I request you all to stand up and say, "Kalo mein Modi ji." Please stand up, all of you. Say, "Kalo mein Modi ji." Say with me, "Kalo mein Modi ji." Kalo mein Modi ji. Thank you, Modi ji. Thank you so much, friends. Friends, development of Northeast started when our Prime Minister Modi ji started the Act East policy. Before that it was only Look East. Modi ji started Act East. I'll give you one example. Before 2014, the budget for railway for Northeast was only 2,000 crore. Only 2,000 crore. Modi ji increased it 5 times to 10,000 crore. That is the Act East policy of Modi ji. Today, railway projects of 77,000 crore rupees are undergoing construction in the entire Northeast. That is our Prime Minister's doctrine of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. Friends, together we will all work to make prosperous Mizoram. Once again, I welcome you all to this historic day. Thank you. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Kalome. Namaskar.
उनकी हार्दिक स्वागत के लिए माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी को हम धन्यवाद देते हैं. And now I kindly request the Honorable Chief Minister of Mizoram, Pulal Duoma, to address the gathering. Kan Chief Minister Zaum Takkan Some.
Respected Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Governor of Mizoram, General V.K. Singh ji, Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Sri Ashwini Vaishnaw ji, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and my beloved people of Mizoram. Today is a historic day for our state. We are deeply honored to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister to Mizoram for the inauguration of the Bareilly-Sairang Railway and Sairang Railway Station, a landmark achievement that marks a new chapter in our journey toward connectivity and progress. Honorable Prime Minister, your presence here today is a powerful symbol of your unwavering commitment to the development of the Northeast and to the vision of an inclusive, connected India. This railway line is more than a feat of engineering. It is a symbol of inclusion, a national integration, and of the shared aspirations of our people. It brings Mizoram closer to the rest of India, and India closer to the hopes of Mizoram. We also thank the Honorable Railway Minister, Sri Ashwini Vaishnaw ji, for his tireless efforts in bringing this project to completion. The 51.38 kilometer stretch, built through some of the most challenging terrain in the country, is a remarkable achievement and stands as a testament to engineering excellence and human perseverance. To the Railway Board, the engineers, the workers, and the local communities who made this possible, we salute your dedication. You have built more than a railway line, you have built a lifeline for Mizoram. We also pause to pay solemn tribute to the railway workers who tragically lost their lives in the mishap of August 2023. Their sacrifice is etched into the very soil of this project. They did not just build bridges and tunnels, they laid down their lives in service of a vision larger than themselves. We offer our deepest condolences to their families. Honorable Prime Minister, we are also grateful for your inauguration of several other key projects that touch the heart of our communities. They are not just infrastructure, they are investments in our children's future, in the dignity of our citizens, and in the economic resilience of our state. The impact of these projects will be far-reaching, bridging between dreams and reality, between Mizoram and Bharat. We are proud to have worked closely with the central government to bring these developments to life. And today, Honorable Prime Minister, we wish to place on record our sincere appreciation not only for these projects, but for the way you and your colleagues in the Government of India have consistently lent a listening ear to our concerns. Your willingness to understand our hardships and extend support whenever possible has not gone unnoticed. It has strengthened our trust and reaffirmed our belief in cooperative federalism. Mizoram values this partnership built on empathy, responsiveness, and mutual respect, and we look forward to nurturing it further in the years ahead. Your guiding principle of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas finds a living example here today. Mizoram stands with you in this journey, and we thank you for standing with us. To my fellow citizens, let us embrace this moment with unity and purpose. Let us use these new opportunities to build a stronger, more connected Mizoram, one that honors our heritage while welcoming the future. Kalome Jai Hind.
Pulal duoma Mizoram Chief Minister zaom takchong alom thu kan soya huai le rinom taka haram aka ishwaina hwaya ma kan sonzel kan beise ani ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज नई रेलवे लाइंस के साथ 2 और परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन और 6 नई परियोजनाओं के शिलान्यास होने जा रहा है, जिसमें शामिल बैरबी सायरंग नई रेल लाइन, साथ ही रोड माइनॉरिटी एंड ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी के लिए एजुकेशन, स्पोर्ट्स, एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। इस उत्साह भरी और ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वह रिमोट बटन दबाकर इन परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन और शिलान्यास का अनावरण करें। The Honorable Prime Minister will push the button to unveil and mark the inauguration and laying foundation of stones for various projects from the central government in the state of Mizoram. Kan zawain kutibeng ang tunahian project ommek tur parukle zo sa pathum kan hong ahlung kan pumek ani. Let us witness a short film giving insights on these developmental projects. Achuttheyang.
The Northeast, celebrated as the nation's Ashtalakshmi for its cultural diversity and rich natural resources, is undergoing remarkable transformation.
Right, that is the Prime Minister there inaugurating the projects in Aizawl, and you can see Prime Minister in the traditional attire, the traditional costume of Mizoram there. Is now being felicitated as he inaugurates 9,000 crore rupee development projects. It's Mizoram's first railway line, Bareilly Sairang, Bareilly to Sairang, first railway link, first railway line in Mizoram. This is a big push, viewers. Imagine that for the longest time that there was no railway link, railway line is now been inaugurated. Viewers, we will slip into a very short break, but we will continue to get you the latest from the Prime Minister's visit in Aizawl. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
By giving the gift of
Stand by for Prime Minister's address in Aizawl as we continue to track Prime Minister's visit to the Northeast.
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
One question that came to my mind was, how did so many people gather at one place at a particular time? So obviously, from what I've understood from what you've said, there were people asking for students to gather in different places, correct?
No. It was like the place was fixed. The time was fixed. But the person behind it or the mastermind behind it, I'm also unknown who did it. But there are few conspiracy theories. I don't want to go on them. But yeah, there are a few conspiracy theories like who might have done this.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you as a youth. I'm part of. I consider myself a part of the youth in India, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel that the frustration, the anger of the youth, the passion of the youth, and everything that you passionately felt for has been somewhere been taken advantage of? Given only the kind of rioting, arson that we have seen in Nepal, like to burn down your parliament. I understand there is anger, right? But to burn down parliament, burn down homes, burn down hotels, like many properties which are not even linked. Do you feel that maybe somewhere that's been taken advantage of?
So you use that one word called infiltration, right?
Yeah.
So exactly that happened. Because Gen Zs were never supposed to do that. It was ignited by people who were not supposed to be there. And okay, parliament burning, it's like a very big deal. And burning is not even the solution, right? And there are a lot of people who even, there is this place called Singadorwar. It has a lot of historical significance.
Yeah.
And somehow it also got burned, like it did.
Yeah.
And Gen Zs were not the ones to do it. They were criminals, basically. And in literally a building side by my house, thank God it was so good building. It didn't even burn. Like that building got burned from inside only. It was so good, like nothing happened outside and other ones were not harmed. But people who did that, they were just drunk, they were high, and they did this. And they
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a fire alarm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a
Namaste.
Namaste. Governor of Mizoram, Vijay Singh ji, Chief Minister Sri Lal Duhama ji, my colleague in the Union Cabinet, Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, ministers of the Mizoram government, MPs, and other elected representatives. Greeting to the wonderful people of Mizoram. I bow to Supreme God Pathian, who watches over this beautiful land of the Blue Mountains. I am here at Mizoram's Langpui Airport. Unfortunately, due to bad weather, I am sorry that I am not able to join you at Aizawl. But I can feel your love and affection even from this medium. Friends, whether it is the freedom movement or nation building, the people of Mizoram have always come forward to contribute. The ideals of people like Lalnu Ropai Lianji and Pasaltha Khuang Chera continue to inspire the nation. Sacrifice and service, courage and compassion, these values are at the center of Mizo society. Today, Mizoram is playing an important role in India's development journey. Friends, this is a historic day for the nation, particularly for the people of Mizoram. From today, Aizawl will be on India's railway map. A few years ago, I had the opportunity of laying the foundation stone for the Aizawl railway line. And today, we proudly dedicate it to the people of the nation. Overcoming many challenges, including difficult terrain, this Bareilly-Sairang rail line has become a reality. The skills of our engineers and the spirit of our workers made this possible. Friends, our hearts have always been directly connected with each other. Now, for the first time, Sairang in Mizoram will be connected directly with Delhi by the Rajdhani Express. This is not just a railway connection, but it is a lifeline of transformation. It will revolutionize the lives and livelihoods of the people of Mizoram. Farmers and businesses of Mizoram can reach more markets across the nation. People will be able to access more options for education and healthcare. This will also create employment opportunities in tourism, transport, and hospitality sectors. Friends, for a long time, some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats. The entire Northeast, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude. But our approach is very different. Those who were earlier neglected are at the forefront now. Those who were once marginalized are the mainstream now. For the past 11 years, we have been working for the development of the Northeast. This region is becoming the growth engine of India. Friends, over the years, many states of the Northeast have been put on the rail map of India. For the first time, rural roads and highways, mobile connectivity and internet connections, electricity, tap water and LPG connections. The government of India has worked hard to strengthen all kinds of connectivity. Mizoram will also benefit from the Udan scheme for air travel. Soon, helicopter service will begin here. This will improve access to remote areas of Mizoram. Friends, Mizoram has a major role in both our Act East policy and the emerging Northeast Economic Corridor. With the Kaladan multi-modal transit transport project and Serang Humang Buchehua rail line, Mizoram will also get connected to the Bay of Bengal through Southeast Asia. Due to this, trade and tourism will be boosted across Northeast India and Southeast Asia. Friends, Mizoram is blessed with talented youth. Our work is to empower them. Our government has already started 11 Eklavya residential schools here. Work is going to start 6 more schools. Our Northeast is also becoming a major hub for startups. I am happy that around 4,500 startups and 25 incubators are operating in the region. Young people of Mizoram are actively joining this movement and creating new opportunities for themselves and others. Friends, India is quickly becoming an important hub for global sports. This is also creating a sports economy in the country. Mizoram has a wonderful tradition of sports, producing many champions in football and all other sports. Our sports policies are benefiting Mizoram as well. Under the Khelo India scheme, we are supporting the creation of modern sports infrastructure. Recently, our government has also come out with a national sports policy, Khelo India Khel Niti. This will open new doors of opportunities for the youth of Mizoram. Friends, whether in our country or abroad, it gives me great happiness to play the role of an ambassador of the beautiful culture of the Northeast. Encouraging platforms that showcase the potential of the Northeast is important. A few months ago, I had the opportunity to participate in the Ashtalakshmi festival in Delhi. It showcased the textiles, crafts, GI tag products, and tourism potential of the Northeast. At the Rising Northeast Summit, I encourage investors to tap into the potential of the Northeast. The summit is opening up the path for massive investment and projects. When I talk about being vocal for local, it greatly benefits the artisans and farmers of the Northeast too. Mizoram's bamboo products, organic ginger, turmeric, and bananas are well known. Friends, we are constantly taking steps to boost ease of living and ease of doing business. Recently, next generation GST reforms have been announced. This means lower taxes on many products, making life easier for families. Before 2014, even daily essentials like toothpaste, soap, and oil were taxed at 27%. Today, only 5% GST is applicable. During Congress rule, medicines, test kits, and insurance policies were heavily taxed. That is why healthcare was expensive and insurance was out of reach for ordinary families. But today, all these have become affordable. The new GST rates will also make medicines for serious diseases like cancer more inexpensive. After September 22nd, cement and construction materials will also become cheaper. Many companies that manufacture scooters and cars have already reduced prices. I am sure that the festive season this time will be even more vibrant across the nation. Friends, as part of the reforms, GST on most hotels had been reduced to only 5%. Traveling to various places, staying in hotels, and eating out will become cheaper. This will help more people travel, explore, and enjoy different parts of our country. Tourist hubs like the Northeast will particularly benefit from it. Friends, our economy has seen a growth of 7.8% in the first quarter of 25-26. It means India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. We are also seeing the growth of Make in India and exports. During Operation Sindoor, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror. The whole nation was filled with a sense of pride about our armed forces. In this operation, Made in India weapons played a significant role in protecting our country. The growth of our economy and manufacturing sector is very important for our national security. Friends, our government is committed to the welfare of every citizen, every family, and every region. It is through the empowerment of the people that a developed India will be built. In this journey, I am confident that the people of Mizoram will play a very important role. Once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all and welcome Aizawl to the railway map of India. Today, due to the weather, I could not come to Aizawl, but I'm sure that we will meet very soon. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायक और उत्साहित शब्दों. Thank you for all that you do for the state of Mizoram.
There you have the Prime Minister's outreach in Mizoram and the mega projects that have been now dedicated, the railway line, the railway connection, calling it a lifetime of reformation, saying that they proudly dedicate this line. And those who were neglected are now at the forefront, says the Prime Minister as he inaugurates the first railway line of Mizoram that connects the country to Mizoram. He's also flagging off the Rajdhani Express from Aizawl and unveil several other projects to augment the highways, energy and sports infrastructure. And this is the Bareilly-Sairang railway line in Mizoram that has been inaugurated by the Prime Minister, connecting the state's capital Aizawl to the rest of the country. This is his second visit, remember, after becoming the Prime Minister in 2014, and a very, very significant, and the timing of it, of course, very, very important. He's also hailed Operation Sindoor. He also hailed the armed forces and their contribution in Operation Sindoor, saying India is proud of his forces and how Made in India weapons. He focused on Atmanirbharta, on Made in India weapons, and how it's important to push for self-reliance. Those are some of the statements, important statements made by the Prime Minister in Aizawl, as he will be heading to Manipur next. Very, very important visit there. All eyes will be on that visit of his. But right now, as we speak, he has flagged off that railway line, flagged off the projects, key projects inaugurated by the Prime Minister, most important being the first railway link, the Bareilly-Sairang in Mizoram. And also talked about India fastest growing economy in the world, and also talking about tourism in Northeast and part of the GST and how GST reforms have been taken up by the government. Listen into the Prime Minister.
For a long time, some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats. The entire Northeast, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude. But our approach is very different. Those who were earlier neglected are at the forefront now. Those who were once marginalized are the mainstream now. For the past 11 years, we have been working for the development of the Northeast. During Operation Sindoor, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror. The whole nation was filled with a sense of pride about our armed forces. In this operation, Made in India weapons played a significant role in protecting our country. The growth of our economy and manufacturing sector is very important for our national security. Friends, our government is committed to the welfare of every citizen, every family, and every region. It is through the empowerment of the people that a developed India will be built. In this journey, I am confident that the people of Mizoram will play a very important role.
All right, that's the Prime Minister speaking in Mizoram. Viewers, we will keep a close eye on his visit as he will be heading to Manipur next. Republic TV keeping you updated from ground zero on that mega visit of the Prime Minister. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11, as the world marks its anniversary tomorrow, even as we witness today the hypocrisy of those who sheltered its mastermind and glorified him as a martyr. Lest we forget Pulwama, Uri, Pathankot, Mumbai. The list is endless, Mr. President. Yet, Pakistan demonstrates the audacity to take the floor today, feigning moral outrage while continuing to finance and shelter the very networks that threaten global security. The international community recognizes this charade for what it is. The world will not forget. India will not forget. Our measured and proportionate response to the Pahalgam attack made that sufficiently clear. We need no lessons from a terror sponsor, no sermons from a persecutor of minorities, no advice from a state that has squandered its own credibility.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, the state of Manipur is waiting with a bated breath to welcome the Prime Minister. Starting his visit from Churachandpur, a Kuki community bastion, Prime Minister Modi will conclude his visit with a mega rally in Meitei heartland, Imphal. The big question remains, is the Prime Minister's visit to be a precursor for a permanent solution? Here's the full story.
Winds of change are blowing across Manipur. The state is decked up, the excitement is palpable. Roads draped with colorful flags. Routes beautified and spruced up for the big day. These are the scenes from Churachandpur and Imphal, where all eyes are now set on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's crucial visit. This visit comes just days after the restoration of key highway connectivity, which many now call the Highway of Peace. It also marks Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first visit since the ethnic clashes between the Kukis and the Meiteis shook the state.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit the state of Manipur tomorrow. The Prime Minister will be addressing two mega rallies in the state, one in Churachandpur and another in Imphal. Right now we are reporting from the streets of Churachandpur, and you can see how the entire district has been decked up. You can see colorful flags and also posters of the Prime Minister welcoming him to Churachandpur, and there has been a lot of excitement among the people too, because this is the first visit of the Prime Minister to the state of Manipur ever since the ethnic conflict broke out.
In Churachandpur, the Prime Minister will lay the foundation stone for projects worth Rs 7,300 crore. From Imphal, he will inaugurate infrastructure projects worth at least 1,200 crore.
Right now, I'm in front of the gate where the second program is going to be held after Prime Minister Narendra Modi returned from Churachandpur in his visit to Manipur. So we can see the tight security arrangement here. I'll show you. Prime Minister will be visiting the Western Kangla Gate. The Kangla inside this Kangla Gate, his second program will be held meeting with the public along with the security forces.
I welcome our Prime Minister Modi, and then I believe that since he has not yet come in Manipur, but I believe this time if he comes in Manipur, I believe that he will solve the conflict between the Kukis and the Manipuris. That's all. And I'm sincerely, I welcome our Prime Minister Modi.
Churachandpur and Imphal are not just geographic locations. They are symbolic and emotional centers of the Kuki-Zo and Meitei communities. This dual engagement is being seen as a gesture of neutrality, signaling that the Modi government is concerned about the humanitarian and political crisis, while carefully avoiding taking sides. Speaking to Republic, Kuki-Zo Council members expressed hope that peace will finally prevail.
First of all, we are happy that the Prime Minister of India decided to visit us after a long time. We've been expecting him to visit us when the conflict started before, but he never gets the time to visit us. But this time he has decided to visit us, which is a positive sign. And our expectation is we want our Prime Minister to see the suffering in the ground. We wish that he could visit the relief camp and see the suffering of the people and the hardship that we are undergoing.
It's a lot of excitement. In fact, there's some small people, miscreants who has created some trouble last night. I think it is the drunkards that has been taken care of by the district administration. So people are very excited. And people are expecting that he announce some projects and then for the people of Kuki-Zo, and then we are hoping that he's doing his best.
The Prime Minister's visit begins in Churachandpur and culminates with a key address at the Kangla Fort in Imphal. His visit is being seen as an attempt to balance optics with outreach. Sources say that the Prime Minister is also expected to meet displaced families and may even announce rehabilitation packages. The state has been under President's rule since February this year. And with the Prime Minister's visit, hopes are running high for permanent solution to Manipur's long-running crisis.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
More news from across the country after an indecent comment was made on a religious book on social media last night in the Sadar Bazaar police station area of Churachandpur. Hundreds of people reached the police station late at night demanding the arrest of the accused. Police have arrested the accused in this case. Calming the anger of the crowd became a challenge for the police as they had to then lathi charge.
एक व्यक्ति ने एक अभद्र टिप्पणी की थी सोशल मीडिया पर, तत्काल उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है, पोस्ट डिलीट कर दी गई है, अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है, स्थिति सामान्य है। हमारी अपील है कोई भी अफवाहों पर ध्यान न दे।
The Defence Ministry began discussions for a landmark deal worth 2 lakh crore rupees involving the procurement of 114 made-in-India Rafale fighter jets. The project, touted to be the biggest defence deal ever signed by the Indian government, and is set to strengthen India's aerial combat capabilities amidst growing regional threat perceptions. All right, viewers, we sip into a short break, but we'll be right back with more updates from Karnataka, where a speeding truck ran over Ganesh Visarjan's devotees, and 9 people have been killed, 22 injured. Prime Minister Modi announces ex gratia. Also, Donald Trump says his decision to impose a 50% tariff on India over its purchase of Russian oil is a big deal that caused a rift between the two nations.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रांग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, turning point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistics, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by two-parent
household? Yes, I was.
Okay, good. And that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument.
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगे। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the right to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the right to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11, as the world marks its anniversary tomorrow, even as we witness today the hypocrisy of those who sheltered its mastermind and glorified him as a martyr. Lest we forget Pulwama, Uri, Pathankot, Mumbai. The list is endless, Mr. President. Yet, Pakistan demonstrates the audacity to take the floor today, feigning moral outrage while continuing to finance and shelter the very networks that threaten global security. The international community recognizes this charade for what it is. The world will not forget. India will not forget.
This week on Get Me Right, anatomy of the social media fires that gutted Nepal. Is the Gen Z's disconnect with reality so dangerous as to burn down their own country? Or did the people of Nepal pay the price of decades of corruption and misgovernance by its leaders? Was it a tinderbox waiting for a fuse to go off? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the state of Manipur. This is his first visit to the state after the 2023 ethnic violence there. And he is going to land in Manipur at about 12:30 p.m. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Let's take a look at the other big stories we are tracking here as well in the headlines.
You all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror.
Prime Minister Modi in Assam lauds armed forces, praises made in India weapons used in Operation Sindoor.
Some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats.
It's a scathing attack on opposition, as he says opposition used Northeast for vote bank politics. Prime Minister Modi in Manipur today, his first visit since the Kuki Meitei unrest. Speeding truck runs over Ganesh Visarjan devotees in Karnataka, 9 dead and 22 injured. Disha Patni's father, Jagdish Patni, reveals 8 to 10 rounds of gunshots were fired at his house. Goldie Brar and Rohit Godara claim responsibility. And US President Donald Trump says his decision to impose a 50% tariff on India over New Delhi's purchases of Russian oil is a big deal that caused a rift between the two nations. Viewers, the biggest story coming in from Karnataka, where a chilling accident occurred in the state's Hassan district when a heavy goods truck rammed into a vibrant Ganpati Visarjan procession. The accident, which took place on the bustling NH 373 road, has left 9 people dead, with the district administration warning that the death toll could rise further. As many as 22 people have sustained injuries during the incident and have been transported to various hospitals in Hassan. And we are getting new details that the police there has reached at the accident spot. So 9 people were left dead and 22 others were injured as the truck plowed into a Ganpati procession in Karnataka's Hassan district. Abhishek, all right, Abhishek, my colleague, is there and police has reached the spot. Let's cut across to Abhishek. Abhishek.
Krishna Bareilly, the district in charge minister Krishna Bareilly has reached the location which claimed the lives of 9 innocent people the previous night. He is having a conversation with the local persons here. The people of this city are demanding that there would be a speed breaker in this city. Also, we have the local SP and the MLA present with the district in charge minister. The minister and the MLAs are taking the reaction and the information from the people who are surrounded. At this point of time, they are also demanding that much necessary and safety precautions had to be taken. They have started witnessing lots of accidents in the last couple of years because of the overspeeding vehicles. So at this point of time, district in charge minister Krishna Bareilly along with SP Sajita and DC and local MLA are present here to take the information and the suggestion from the people of this city, and also they are in response conversing with the people here. The people are showing aggression and their unhappiness towards the incident which claimed the lives of 9 people yesterday. On the other hand, KSRP deployment has been increased. We've also started seeing huge police deployment around the place so that no incident occurs or no outburst of emotions occur in the next couple of minutes. On the other hand, people here who are from this area are demanding the minister that there would be necessary safety measures taken. I have Minister Krishna Bareilly with me, who is still having the conversation with the people. They are taking, the minister and the MLA is taking suggestion from, and also, okay, the people here are claiming that the compensation amount has to be increased for 25 lakhs from 5 lakhs. They also mentioned the government would give around 25 lakhs compensation to the people who died in Kerala. However, when the people from Karnataka died, the compensation is only 5 lakhs. So they are demanding that the
ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರು ದಲಿತರು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸತ್ತಿರೋದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ತರ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು
there is a request that the compensation amount to be increased. Minister in turn says you have the right to ask, we will do whatever is feasible. We also have, so minister has inspected the spot and is leaving towards the next location. He has taken into consideration the request of the people present here. He is leaving the next location after taking the reaction and the information. The MLA and the minister is leaving to the next spot. Sir, how do you see this? Where are you heading towards next? Sir?
We'll speak once and for all. After visiting the spots, I will speak. Come. Police will guide us.
Okay. Now, the minister, as he had previously informed, had mentioned that he would initially reach the spot, have a quick verification as to what happened at the location. Then he also had mentioned that he would be leaving towards the families, towards the hospital where the people who are injured are admitted at. So that will be the Hassan government hospital. He will be leaving to the Hassan government hospital as of now, after which he will also visit the families of the deceased persons. This is the convoy which is going behind the minister as of now. Basically, Minister Krishna Bairegowda, local MLA, SP and the DC had a quick meeting in one of the government schools. They decided what had to be done. All the people here demanded that the compensation amount be increased to 25 lakhs instead of 5 lakhs. They also took the reference of Kerala incident. The Karnataka state government headed by Congress initially had mentioned that the Kerala families will be given 25 lakhs of compensation, whereas people here belong to various lower communities and monetarily they aren't stable. Instead of 5 lakhs, there should be a compensation of 25 lakhs. On the other hand, we've also seen Minister Krishna Bairegowda who mentioned all the people here who have all the rights to demand and the government will look after if they can give a compensation of 25 lakhs. So this is the exact location, Aishwarya, where the truck was moving from Hassan towards Mysuru the previous night. Around 3,000 people were coming towards through the procession where they carried Ganesha, and the exact location where the truck took over, oversped and lost the control. The barricades, which were around 2 feet, have been slammed to the ground. So another location is that where the camera person or the video journalist is showing you a group of people who are standing here. We can still see the stains of blood which is present on the road. Thousands of people have still assembled here. All the people are demanding not a single speed breaker or a road hump is present in this main road. Especially there are only a couple of boards which mention that this is a accident zone, but there are no safety precautionary measures from the district administration and the police department. So we will have to see what the minister might say after visiting all the locations. And also, we shouldn't forget the fact that this is one of the exact locations where it has been covered by powder as of now, so that the blood not be seen and the other hand, the minister has left towards the hospital and the meeting of the deceased family. We will have to see what unfolds in the next couple of hours, Aishwarya.
Right, and Abhishek, we just saw, the local MLA as well as the police were also interacting with the locals there. Any idea on how the investigation is headed at the moment? Are they purely taking it as an accident case, or an angle of negligence is also being looked into?
Basically, at this point of time, if I ask my video journalist to pan the camera to the other side of the road, wherever we see another truck which is on the road. From the other side of the road, the truck was coming towards, it was moving from Hassan to Mysore. And after losing the control, the truck had to take an immediate right and he barged into the barricade. That is when this accident happened. There might be two chances. Either the truck driver who has been taken into the custody and a case has been registered against him as of now. But was he intoxicated? Was he fine? Or was this an accident by overall? This is point number one. The investigation will obviously continue in this point of context. And the next point is when 3,000 people were moving in the procession which carried Ganesha, was a permission sought from the mob, was a permission sought from the team who had installed Ganesha, who were in the procession with the Ganesha. If at all there were prior permissions, why did the police did not give the actual protection to the people who were present here? And also, the demand from the people is that there should be road humps in the main road, because so many people have started falling here. The accidents are a regular thing here. So we will have to see how the government and the district administration responds to the demands and the requests of people, Aishwarya.
Right, and you've been speaking to the people, Abhishek. Any updates on what they are saying about, the safety measures probably that were in place for procession, like there were traffic diversions, barricades, police presence. Any idea about those measures in place during the Ganesh procession?
Well, Aishwarya, the local people here mentioned that there weren't any safety protocols, there weren't any safety measures which had been previously taken. As of now, the police have been deployed, the KSRP has been deployed after the accident has occurred. Despite if at all, there was a permission sought by the people who had installed Ganesha. Why wasn't there enough police protection is the question which has to be answered as of now. On the other hand, if at all there was a prior permission, why didn't the police deviate the traffic towards another road? If at all there was a prior permission, why weren't the police deployed in the required number? If at all there was a procession, why wasn't the ambulance present here? If at all there was a prior permission, where was the fire ambulance? Various other questions will have to be answered. The DC and the SP has reported to the Discharge Insect Minister as of now. Discharge Insect Minister has very clearly informed when we were questioning him that he will brief the media once he visit all the spots, and we will also try to ask him if this is a negligence of the district administration and the police department as well. It does not look like the disturbance or the negligence of the people alone. There weren't any safety measures is what we have been informed as of now. We will have to see how the minister reacts on this, Aishwarya.
All right, before we let you go, just final question on the situation, on the condition of the people in the hospitals, because one more person succumbed to the injuries, and 9 people now have, that is the number of dead. Any updates on the situation, their condition?
With respect to the people who have lost their lives in this accident, 9 people belonging to age group 17 to 25 have lost their innocent lives. On the other hand, a person who was around age 55 has lost his life. More than 20 persons who are admitted in the hospital are belonging to, once again, age group 17 to 25. Only a couple of people between age 53 and 55. At this point of time, the information from the hospital is that the critical persons have started recovering, and there are lesser chances of people losing their lives. People are recovering, and this is a positive note which we have been informed as of now. So we will have to connect with the families. We've also seen the visuals of the families who are already in shock, who are unable to digest the death of their loved ones. So we will have to connect with the families after going to the hospitals in the next part. Aishwarya.
All right. Thank you so much for those updates. Abhishek will keep coming back to you for more on that story. And viewers, let's move on the bulletin now. Let's take a look at some more news that are making headlines across the country in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
With the Bihar Assembly elections drawing closer, BJP National President and Union Minister JP Nadu will arrive in Patna today to take stock of the party's preparations and hold a key strategy meeting with the state BJP core committee. The discussions are expected to focus on constituency-level strategies, seat-sharing arrangements and campaign planning as the state gears up for polls expected in October-November. Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, flagged off for the Indian Navy car rally in Delhi. The car rally, with the theme From Seas to the Heartland, will see 34 participants undertaking an 8-day journey. During this journey, they will showcase the Navy's adventure programs and will reach out and meet students in schools, colleges and universities. Security outside actor Disha Patni's house in UP has been increased after firing was reported outside the residence by 2 motorbike-borne assailants yesterday. 5 teams have been constituted under SP City and SP Crime for the probe. FIR is being registered. All right, the big story that we are tracking from Uttar Pradesh, multiple rounds of shots were fired outside Bollywood actor Disha Patni's house in civil lines in Bareilly late at night yesterday. This after 2 motorbike-borne assailants opened fire over the alleged insult of Hindu saints Premanand Maharaj and Anirudh Acharya Maharaj. Reportedly, the Goldie Brar group has claimed responsibility for the firing. An FIR has been lodged and 5 teams are currently investigating the matter. Take a look. All right, so multiple rounds of shots were fired outside Disha Patni's house in Bareilly yesterday. And after that, the security outside her house in Bareilly has been increased. And multiple teams are on the ground. They are investigating the entire incident. Now, Goldie Brar group has claimed responsibility for the firing, and they are saying that their religious sentiments have been hurt, and two motorbike-borne assailants opened fire outside Disha Patni's house in Bareilly over the alleged insult of two Hindu saints, Premanand Maharaj and Anirudh Charya Maharaj. Sahil, my colleague, is now joining us from Bareilly. Sahil, we understand that security outside Disha Patni's house in Bareilly has been beefed up, and there is increased police and a five-member team have been constituted to look into the entire incident. Give us more details, Sahil. All right, Sahil, can you hear me?
देखिए, फायरिंग इंसिडेंट के बाद से दिशा पाटनी के घर के बाहर जो थे देखिए, फायरिंग इंसिडेंट के बाद से ही दिशा पाटनी के घर पे जो है यूपी पुलिस के जवानों को तैनात किया जा चुका है। तस्वीरों के माध्यम से आप ये देख सकते हैं। शुक्रवार सुबह 3:30 बजे के आसपास जो फायरिंग हुई थी, उसके बाद से ही पुलिस की डिप्लॉयमेंट जो है वो यहाँ पे की गई है। दिशा पाटनी के परिवार को बरेली पुलिस की तरफ से सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई गई है, और दूसरी तरफ 5 टीमों का गठन किया गया है, जो 5 टीम अलग अलग जगह पर रेड्स कर रही है और हमलावरों की तलाश की जा रही है। इस वक्त मैं घर के बाहर ही मौजूद हूँ। तस्वीरों के माध्यम से दिखाना चाहूँगा दिशा पाटनी के घर का जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर आप देख रहे हैं, कई सारे जो मार्क्स है दीवार पे वो नजर आ रहे होंगे। लगभग 8 से 10 जो राउंड फायर हैं वो शुक्रवार की सुबह यहाँ पर किए जाते हैं। जैसे कि हमने उनके पिता से बातचीत करी, जगदीश पाटनी ने तो बताया कि 3 बजे के आसपास वो गैलरी में आते हैं। देखा जाता है कि एक बाइक पे 2 बदमाश बाइक पे सवार थे, वो पिस्टल निकालते हैं और ताबड़तोड़ जो दीवार पे फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देते हैं। खैर, उन्होंने बताया कि वो दीवार के पीछे छिप गए थे, जिसलिए वो घायल नहीं हुए। लेकिन पुलिस का कहना है कि मामले की तफ्तीश की जा रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से दिशा पाटनी की जो बहन है बड़ी खुशबू पाटनी ने सोशल मीडिया पे एक पोस्ट अपलोड किया था, जिसमें अनिरुद्ध चार्य और प्रेमानंद महाराज जी के बारे में टिप्पणी की थी। तो उनका कहना है कि जिस तरीके से उन्होंने महासंत की एक तरह से विवादित टिप्पणी करी, उसका बदला जो है गैंगस्टरों ने किया, और ये जो फायरिंग है वो गैंगस्टरों ने करवाई है। जिस तरीके से अब पुलिस अब इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है, कई टीमों जो है अलग अलग जगह पर रेड करी, जिससे पता चल सके कि आखिरकार हमलावर का बैकवर्ड रूट और फॉरवर्ड रूट कौन सा है, किस जगह से बदमाश यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे और वारदात को अंजाम देने के बाद किस जगह पे जो है फरार होके गए। क्योंकि गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा का एक ऑडियो भी वायरल हो रहा है, जिसमें वो कह रहा है कि इन्होंने संत महात्मा की जो है एक तरह से बेइज्जती करी है, विवादित टिप्पणी करी है, उसका मकसद से जो फायरिंग है वो दिशा पाटनी के घर पे की गई है। मेरे पीछे की ओर आप ये देख रहे हैं, पूरा सिविल लाइंस इलाका है, बाहर मेन रोड है। बदमाशों के हौसले इस कदर बुलंद थे कि वो आसानी से यहाँ पर आते हैं, फायरिंग करते हैं और फायरिंग करने के बाद मौके से फरार हो जाते हैं। इन तमाम तस्वीरों को देखकर यह अंदाजा लग रहा है कि बदमाशों ने पहले जो है दिशा पाटनी के घर की रेकी करी, रेकी करने के बाद शुक्रवार की सुबह 3 बजे के आसपास सही टाइम को चिन्हित किया और मौके पे आके फायरिंग की जाती है। जिस समय यहाँ पे फायरिंग की गई थी, उस वक्त दिशा पाटनी के पिता घर के अंदर मौजूद थे, बड़ी बहन खुशबू पाटनी मौजूद थी, बाकी परिवार के सदस्य मौजूद थे। पुलिस ने तमाम परिवार के सदस्यों का जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड कर लिया है और बदमाशों की तलाश की जा रही है। दूसरी तरफ जो सोशल मीडिया पे गोल्डी बरार और रोहित गोदारा की तरफ से एक पोस्ट अपलोड किया गया है, उस पोस्ट को वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है कि वाकई में बदमाशों ने जो है गैंगस्टरों ने फायरिंग करवाई है या किसी और वजह से यहाँ पे जो है फायरिंग की गई है। क्योंकि पिता का यही कहना है कि उनके बेटी का जो वायरल पोस्ट है उस पोस्ट को तोड़ मरोड़ के दिखाया गया है, लेकिन अभी उनका भी यही कहना है कि ये गैंगस्टर की तरफ से फायरिंग नहीं की गई है, क्योंकि बरेली पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की तफ्तीश कर रही है और तफ्तीश करने के बाद ही तमाम बातें साफ हो पाएंगी। लेकिन आप ये देखिए, जो घर के आसपास जो सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगे हैं, इन तमाम सीसीटीवी कैमरे में तमाम जो फायरिंग की जो इंसिडेंट था वो रिकॉर्ड हो जाता है, और इसी के आधार पर पुलिस जो है हमलावरों की तलाश कर रही है कि आखिरकार हमलावर यहाँ से वारदात को अंजाम देने के बाद किस और गए हैं। क्योंकि सोर्स ये दावा करे कि हमलावर बरेली के नहीं है, बाहर से आए थे और वारदात को अंजाम देने के बाद बरेली से बाहर की ओर जो है फरार हो गए थे। लेकिन पुलिस पूरे राउंड अप कर रही है, छापेमारी की जा रही है, कॉल डिटेल्स को खंगाला जा रहा है, जिससे कुछ महज इनपुट मिले और बदमाशों की गिरफ्तारी हो सके। जी
साहिल, ये बताइए, जांच में अब नया सामने क्या आया है? क्या अब तक पुलिस ने हमलावरों की पहचान को लेकर कुछ कहा है, या ये कोई आधिकारिक पुष्टि की गई है कि ये गोल्डी ब्रार के गैंग की तरफ से ही काम किया गया है? इस पर पुलिस क्या कह रही है?
देखिए फिलहाल दोनों हमलावरों की जो पहचान है वो हो चुकी है, क्योंकि पुलिस का कहना है कि आगे वाले हमलावर ने हेलमेट पहना हुआ था, लेकिन जो पीछे हमलावर है उसकी पहचान की जा रही है, जिससे ये पता चल सके कि आखिरकार दोनों हमलावर जो है वो कहाँ से आए थे और इनकी क्या पहचान है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ अभी पुलिस का ऑफिशियली वर्जन आना बाकी है कि ये जो फायरिंग है ये गैंगस्टर्स की ओर से कराई गई है या किसी अन्य निजी वजह से की गई है। पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले में जाँच की जा रही है, वायरल पोस्ट और ऑडियो को वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ सोर्स जिस तरीके से इशारा कर रहे हैं तो साफ तौर पे यही है कि गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा और गोल्डी बरार की तरफ से ही फायरिंग की गई है, क्योंकि रोहित गोदारा जो है इस समय विदेश में अजरबैजान में बैठा हुआ है, वहीं से पूरा अपने जो सिंडिकेट है वो ऑपरेट करता है। लेकिन बरेली के इस घर को टारगेट करना क्या वाकई में प्रेमानंद महाराज और अनिरुद्धाचार्य की विवादित टिप्पणी वजह है फायरिंग करना या कोई और वजह है? इस मामले को पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, क्योंकि एसपी बरेली का कहना है कि क्राइम टीम और तमाम जो टीम्स है इस पूरे मामले की बारीकी से जांच कर रही है। परिवार वालों के स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किए जा रहे हैं और ये देखा जा रहा है कि पहले भी कोई इनको धमकी भरा कॉल आया या मैसेज आया या कोई और वजह, तो पुलिस तमाम एंगलों से जांच कर रही है। जांच के बाद ही असल वजह साफ हो पाएगी। जी
साहिल, ये भी बताइए कि फायरिंग में जो इस्तेमाल की गई जो गोलियां थी उनके बारे में कुछ सबूत या सुराग मिल पाए हैं, और ये भी बताइए कि जो पुलिस है वो उन्होंने कोई आई विटनेसेस से बात की है या फोरेंसिक्स को लेकर कुछ जांच चल रही है वहाँ?
देखिए, पहले जिस तरीके से हमने दिशा पाटनी के पिता जगदीश पाटनी से बातचीत करी तो उनका कहना है कि एक बार में 8 से 10 राउंड जो फायर थे वो एक बार में हो गए थे। तो उनका ये कहना है कि उनको लगता है कि ऑटोमेटिक पिस्टल है, ये कोई विदेशी पिस्टल है, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है कि ये कोई भारतीय या इंडियन पिस्टल नहीं है जो एक बार में 8 से 10 राउंड जो है वो निकालेंगी। तो इस पर पुलिस जाँच कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से बड़े बड़े जो मार्क्स यहाँ पे दीवार पर नजर आ रहे हैं उससे ये बात तो जाहिर है कि कोई विदेशी पिस्टल ही होगी कि जिस तरीके से 8 से 10 राउंड फायर वन टाइम में जो है शॉट्स निकले हैं। इस पे पुलिस जांच कर रही है। दूसरी तरफ 3:30 बजे के आसपास की घटना है रात के, उस समय कोई भी आई विटनेस जो था वो मौके पे मौजूद नहीं था। सिर्फ दिशा पाटनी के जो पिता थे वो बाहर मौजूद थे, क्योंकि उन्होंने सीसीटीवी फुटेज में देखा था कि इस जगह पे एक अपाचे जो थी वो बाइक रुकी थी, 2 हमलावर यहाँ पे मौजूद थे। जब उन्होंने उससे आके क्वेश्चन किया तो वो पिस्टल निकालते हैं और ताबड़तोड़ यहीं से जो है दीवार पे फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देते हैं। हालांकि ये जो आप पूरा एरिया देख रहे हैं काफ़ी रहायशी एरिया है, यहाँ पे आसपास घर बने हुए हैं, लेकिन रात के समय कोई भी शख्स घर का मौजूद नहीं था बाहर। फिलहाल पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, क्राइम टीम इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, फोरेंसिक टीम जांच कर रही है।
Alright,
बैक टू स्टूडियो।
साहिल, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thus we'll continue tracking this big story and bring you updates as they come. And viewers, we're taking a short break. Coming up ahead, speeding truck runs over Ganesh Visarjan devotees in Karnataka. 9 people dead, 22 injured. And we'll get you all the updates on the big story from Uttar Pradesh. Disha Patni's father, Jagdish Patni, has revealed that 8 to 10 rounds of gunshots were fired at his house. Goldie Brar and Rohit Godara claim responsibility for the attack. More updates coming up after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है! अरे मेरे राजा, राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a fire alarm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistic, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so do you
were you raised by a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay, good. And that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit. And when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time.
I said capitalism is a dead vampire that feasts on the blood of the working class.
Capitalism is a deadly vampire that feasts on the blood of the working class.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that for me?
I don't really want to right now, but like, because like.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
So you're feasting on the blood of the working class. How dare you?
Yeah, I know.
How do you feel about it?
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us this Saturday. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. The Prime Minister will be in Manipur today. It's his first visit to the state since 2023. We're tracking all the ground updates for you and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 11:30.
You all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror.
Prime Minister Modi in Aswal Lord's forces praises made in India weapons used in Operation Sindoor.
Parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats.
Prime Minister Modi launches scathing attack on opposition as he says opposition used the Northeast for vote bank politics. Prime Minister Modi in Manipur today, his first visit since the Kuki Meitei unrest. Speeding truck runs over Ganesh Visarjan devotees, 9 dead and 22 injured in Hassan. Disha Patani's father, Jagdish Patani reveals 8 to 10 rounds of gunshots fired at house in Bareilly. Goldie Brar and Rohit Godara gang claim responsibility. Donald Trump says his decision to impose a 50% tariff on India over its purchases of Russian oil is a big deal that caused a rift between the two nations. All right, let's start this edition with some breaking news coming in. We're learning that a Russian delegation is set to visit a HAL facility ahead of Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India later this year. And we're learning that Sukhoi Design Bureau will carry out a feasibility study on making Su-57 fighter jets in India. Delegation is set to hold a meeting with the HAL authorities. And we're also learning that the Nashik facility of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, that is HAL, is likely to be the production hub for made in India Su-57 fighter jets. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big development coming in ahead of Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India. We're learning that a Russian delegation is said to visit her HAL facility and initiate talks with its counterparts over here in a bid to increase our defense prowess. All right, we have let's go across to our reporters. We have my colleague Ishan joining me live from the national capital, and we also have senior editor Shravan joining me live from the newsroom. Let's go across to Shravan first. Shravan, tell us what does this essentially mean, and what can we expect from this Russian delegation meeting?
Well, this comes at a time when Washington has been pushing India to consider F-35. Remember, the fifth generation stealth fighter jet that India is essentially exploring at this point in time. But what we are given to understand is that Moscow has already extended the offer to jointly produce the Su-57. Now, remember, the Su-57 is the state-of-the-art fifth generation stealth fighter jet, which is being used by the Russian Air Force. And importantly, remember, for India, which has been using the Su-30 MKI for a very long time, which is also being produced here in India, in HAL's Nasik production hub, we are now essentially given to understand that the delegation which is going to be in India in the next coming months, they would essentially be exploring the possibility of jointly producing the Su-57 here in India, something that India is, actively looking at, given the fact that we have been exploring the possibility of using a fifth generation aircraft. And that is the reason why, remember, Russia comes in handy at this point in time, because if you compare the Su-57 with that of the F-35, it is about the cost and also the effectiveness. That is the reason why perhaps you would have the Su-57 weighing heavy on the Indian mind at this point in time. And also keeping in mind the Russian spare parts, which are far more easily available, and more importantly, given the direct interaction that we've had with the Russian military, it has been far more easier. And let's not forget, the F-35 happens to be one of the most expensive fifth generation platform available in the world. And that is something that India isn't extremely keen on. And that is where the Su-57 comes into the picture right now. And this delegation visit, which is expected in the coming few months, is going to be extremely important, because this comes just ahead of President Putin's visit, which is scheduled in the month of December.
Shravan, thank you for that. Let's also get in a word from my colleague Ishan. Ishan, in terms of pure numbers or even otherwise, how big of a push is this for India as a self-reliant mission? Because with the made in India Su-57s, we're not just talking about homegrown indigenous fighter jets. It's also about tech transfers. It's about less reliance on imports, plus a major upgrade for the Indian Air Force.
This is definitely will be a major upgrade for the Indian Air Force. India was initially part of the FGFA program. However, due to cost overruns, India had backed out from the FGFA program. And thereafter is now, since the program has matured and there are deliverable jets, India is now reconsidering joining the fifth generation program of Russia. The Su-57 aircraft, if produced in India, will be a major boost to the self-reliance of the Indian Air Force. As we have seen in the case of Su-30 MKI, more than 1,300 local suppliers have been supplying parts and spares for the Su-30 MKI, and similarly, it is expected for the Su-57 as well. The fifth generation features of this aircraft are brilliant, and it is of the topmost quality. It is comparable to the F-22 of the US Air Force. However, the major drawback that has been faced is the Su-57 jet is yet to have its own primary AESA radar. But India already has developed the AESA radar and could be a great fit for the Indian Air Force.
Yes. All right, Ishan, thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, let's quickly move on to more breaking news coming in. Sujata, a dreaded Maoist commander in Bastar in Chhattisgarh with ₹1 crore bounty, will now surrender before the Telangana DGP today. Sujata is a prominent female Maoist head, and she heads the Bastar Division Committee of Maoists. She's linked to numerous high-profile crimes in the Sukma region of Chhattisgarh. She's also part of the Central Committee and in charge of the South Bastar Sub-Zonal head. And she has been known for her notorious past, full of hate and violent crimes. She chose the path of militancy at a young age, and she's also credited with training top Maoist commander Hidma in firearms and jungle warfare tactics. Now, after massive success for the forces in Operation Karigutta Hills, in which 31 Maoists were neutralized, another big win for security forces. They have recaptured the Karigutta Hills, which is a very prominent red corridor, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a strategic elevation previously held by Maoists. In that operation, at least 200 bunkers, hideouts, and other locations were identified and strategically destroyed. In fact, we're also learning that logistical supplies, rations, medical items, daily use goods, and a lot of these other items that have been used by Maoists have also been seized. In fact, this region served as one of the unified headquarters for Maoist outfit operations. Let's go across to my colleague Akil Jamil for more information. He's joining me on the phone line. Akil, give us more details about this Maoist commander who's set to surrender today.
Well, that's right. If you see a dreaded Maoist, Sujata, who is the commander in the Bastar region, and she was carrying a bounty of approximately 1 crore rupees. She is going to surrender before the Telangana DGP today, and this is the latest information that we are getting. And in this case, if you see, she has been linked to numerous high-profile crimes in the Bastar division region, especially if you talk about the Sukma district and Bijapur district. There have been several crimes in which propped up. And if you see, her profile basically comes forward in a direction in which what we have seen that she is also a central committee member and in charge of the South Bastar sub-zonal region. And she has got a violent past, and right now it's very likely that at around 12 this noon very itself, what we are getting the information that she is going to surrender before the Telangana DGPT. And earlier, if you see, as per the sources input, what we have got to learn that during the Karigutta Hill operation, which was named that it is a black forest operation, a strategic elevation previously held by the Maoists, in which what we have seen that over 31 Maoists were neutralized in that operation, which took place in the month of April. And it was a 21-day long operation in which what we have seen that over 200 bunkers and hideouts of Maoists were destroyed. So right now it's a very big development, and it's a massive success for our security forces that a very known Maoist is basically going to surrender before the security forces, and who was carrying a bounty of approximately 1 crore rupees.
Akil, I'd request you to stay on with me as we have some more breaking news coming in. We're learning that 2 Maoists with rupees 16 lakh bounty have now been neutralized in Bijapur area of Chhattisgarh, and arms and explosives have been recovered by the forces. This operation was launched by DRG Bijapur based on credible inputs of Maoist presence in the southwestern region of the district. And one .303 rifle with magazines and 4 live rounds and one 12-bore gun with 4 live rounds have been recovered by the forces. And other than this, explosives, equipment, battery, codex wire, scanner sets and other Maoist literature are just some of the materials that have been recovered among many other things. So major crackdown on the Red Corridor in Chhattisgarh. Akil, it's safe to say that the forces are, with each encounter one step closer to the government's vision of a Maoist-free country by the year 2026. Akil.
Well, that's right. If you see earlier what we have seen, that Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah has given a mandate to our security forces, and after that what we have got to know that by the end of March 31st, 2026, it's very likely that the reign of the left-wing extremism is going to end very soon. And in that direction, what we have seen, there are several operations taking place, not only in the Bijapur region. Apart from that, if you talk about the southern belt of the Bastar region, in which what we have seen that in Narayanpur district, in Sukma district, apart from that, if you see in that very region of the southern belt, what we have seen that such kind of incidents have been taking place in the recent past. And in the recent operation, what we have seen that in Operation Black Forest, 31 Maoists were neutralized. And another operation took place in the Indravati National Park area, where approximately 24 Maoists were neutralized in the month of July. So another crackdown on Maoists have taken place, and in which what we have got to learn that in Bijapur district, only in the southern region of Bijapur district,
this very incident took place, in which 2 Maoists have been neutralized, and they were carrying a bounty of approximately 16 lakh rupees.
All right, Akhil, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. Viewers, this is a big breakthrough for forces in Chhattisgarh. Let's quickly move on to our top story of the day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ladies and gentlemen, will arrive in Manipur in a short while from now in what will be his first visit to the state since ethnic violence erupted there in 2023. The Prime Minister is scheduled to land in Churachandpur around 12:30 p.m. in a short while from now, travelling from Aizawl in Mizoram. The Prime Minister's tour will begin at Mizoram, where he has in fact laid the foundation stone and inaugurated projects worth over 9,000 crore rupees. And later today, he is set to visit Manipur, hold multiple public rallies, inaugurate development projects, and also, as we understand, meet the victims who were affected during the unrest in the aftermath of ethnic violence that took place between two groups in Manipur in 2023. All right, we have our colleague Johnson, who joins me live from Imphal ahead of Prime Minister's visit. Johnson, give us a sense of what the situation is like on ground right now. What are the preparations like ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival?
Okay, yes, prior to Prime Minister arrival in Imphal, due to the heavy rainfall, security forces have made slight changes in the arrangement of streets and all. As per from some sources, Prime Minister have arrived in Imphal Airport, and he will be going to Churachandpur by road only. And after that, and also due to the weather condition, the program, the time schedule which is to be held in Imphal Kangla also is also to be delayed for some hours also. As of now, the SDRF team are also doing patrolling for security checking around the surrounding waterways, and there has been the security arrangement has been now more tightened up, and public from the Senapati district have also started arriving and they have also already entered the Kangla fort, and still now nobody is allowed to enter the Kangla gate with camera and some more items that has been listed out already.
Johnson, stay on with me. Let's quickly get in a word from Anirudh as well. He joins me live from Churachandpur. Anirudh, the head of the Prime Minister's arrival, take us through his agenda and what is it that we can expect? What is the key outcome, in fact, to be very specific, that we can expect out of his visit to Churachandpur, his first visit since 2023?
Yes, in fact, the Prime Minister's visit to the state of Manipur and particularly Churachandpur is very, very significant, given the fact that for the last more than 2 years and 4 months, there has been unprecedented violence in both in the hills as well as in the valley. And the Prime Minister is trying to reach out to the people of the state of Manipur. And I guess a lot of development projects are being announced today. The Prime Minister will be laying foundation stones worth around 7,300 crore, and another projects worth around 1,200 crore will be dedicated to the nation. Meanwhile, we are getting to know that due to the inclement weather condition, the Prime Minister couldn't make it by chopper. He was supposed to land in Churachandpur from Aizawl directly by chopper, but because of the inclement weather condition, he had to land at Imphal Airport. And now what we have got to know is that from Imphal Airport, the Prime Minister's convoy had already left. He is heading towards Churachandpur by road. So this in itself is a huge gesture, and this also reflects the seriousness the Prime Minister is showing towards the issues concerning the state of Manipur, and particularly given the fact that the Prime Minister's visit is one of the most talked about visits to the Northeast, and particularly all focus is in Manipur during this visit. The Prime Minister chose not to address the gathering through video conferencing, but he will be traveling a stretch of more than 60 kilometers by road from Imphal to Churachandpur to address the public and to particularly meet the internally displaced people. Not only here in Churachandpur, but in Imphal also, the Prime Minister will be meeting the internally displaced people. And the very gesture that the Prime Minister has, despite all the odds, despite the inclement weather condition, the Prime Minister has made it to Imphal, and now he is on his way from Imphal to Churachandpur by road.
Thank you for that, Anirudh. We'll keep coming back to you as you track the Prime Minister's event in Manipur very, very closely. Viewers, let's quickly move on to more breaking news coming in. TVK founder, actor and politician Vijay has now begun his campaign called I Am Coming, his statewide campaign here in Tamil Nadu ahead of the assembly elections next year. And the TVK chief during his campaign is expected by supporters to sharpen his attack on the ruling parties at the state and the centre, including the DMK and the BJP. The party has been taking feedback from office bearers on talking points relevant to specific regions as well. A caravan-like custom-built campaign vehicle fitted with a public address system has been readied by the party for Vijay's use during his campaign. In fact, these are shots that we are tracking in from Tiruchirappalli in Tamil Nadu, where the actor-turned-politician kick-started his campaign earlier today. There was a sea of supporters that had gathered to show solidarity with him. And remember, viewers, TVK chief has been very vocal of the DMK and the BJP. And many a times from his campaign rallies, he has said that it is his party that really understands the pulse of the people and the current political landscape in the state. Let's quickly get in a word from my colleague Sharda. She joins me live from Chennai. Sharda, given the current political climate in the state just months ahead of the state assembly elections, how confident is the TVK of really making a breakthrough in these upcoming elections?
Well, TVK is a very new party. So Vijay started his political party 2 years back, and recently, after the second general meet that happened in Madurai last month, Vijay's party has been getting more attention than anything. While Vijay continues to state that the 2026 elections will be between the DMK and the TVK, and he's not mentioned anything about the opposition party, which is the AIADMK. The party seems to have very confident on becoming the sole leader in 2026 elections, and they are trying to make sure that they are making it very clear and clean that it is DMK who is their political enemy and BJP is their ideology enemy, and that in 2026 DMK would be overthrown by TVK. So the DMK being in power today has made multiple changes and multiple permissions has been denied for the Vijay's party. While he is having his campaign in Trichy, Perambalur and Aliyarur, just today, these 4 districts, he's been stopped to do the roadshow that he did last time when he was in Coimbatore. And also we can see the new campaign vehicle that actor Vijay has started for his political party, and the campaign bus is very huge when compared to his previous caravan, and also the van gives a slogan saying Ungal Vijay, meaning yours truly Vijay, making sure that he's connecting at the grassroots level with the people of Tamil Nadu. So this particular campaign that is going to go around the entire state of Tamil Nadu in the next 3 months till December 2026, he's starting it right now from Trichy. He'll be going to Coimbatore, Tirupur, the western part, the Nilgiris, and then coming back to Chennai and ending it back in Madurai, where he started his 2.0 campaign.
Thank you for that, Sharda. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague over there tracking Vijay's campaign trail very, very closely. Let's move on to, let's slip into a very short commercial break, in fact, but on the other side, we'll get you the latest details of the tragedy that has struck in Hassan, leaving 9 people dead after a speeding truck mercilessly ran over Ganesh Visarjan devotees. And also getting you the latest details from Bareilly, where Disha Patani's father, Jagdish Patani, has now given us latest details of the firing that took place at their residence. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
One question that came to my mind was, how did so many people gather at one place at a particular time? So obviously, from what I've understood from what you've said, there were people asking for students to gather in different places, correct?
No. It was like the place was fixed,
the
time was fixed, but the person behind it or the mastermind behind it, I'm also unknown who did it. But there are few conspiracy theories. I don't want to go on them, but yeah, there are a few conspiracy theories like who might have done this.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you as a youth. I'm part of. I consider myself a part of the youth in India, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel that the frustration, the anger of the youth, the passion of the youth, and everything that you passionately felt for has been somewhere been taken advantage of, given only the kind of rioting, arson that we have seen in Nepal, like to burn down your parliament? I understand there is anger, right? But to burn down parliament, burn down homes, burn down hotels, like many properties which are not even linked. Do you feel that maybe somewhere that's been taken advantage of?
So you use that one word called infiltration, right?
Yeah.
So exactly that happened. Because Gen Zs were never supposed to do that. It was ignited by people who were not supposed to be there. And okay, parliament burning, it's like a very big deal. And burning is not even the solution, right? And there are a lot of people who even, there is this place called Singadorwar. It has a lot of historical significance.
Yeah.
And somehow it also got burned, like it did.
Yeah.
And Gen Zs were not the ones to do it. They were criminals, basically. And in literally a building side by my house, thank God it was so good building. It didn't even burn, like that building got burned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple. Start acting a certain way. Do not.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistics, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so do you
were you raised by
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11, as the world marks its anniversary tomorrow, even as we witness today the hypocrisy of those who sheltered its mastermind and glorified him as a martyr. Lest we forget Pulwama, Uri, Pathankot, Mumbai. The list is endless, Mr. President. Yet, Pakistan demonstrates the audacity to take the floor today, feigning moral outrage while continuing to finance and shelter the very networks that threaten global security. The international community recognizes this charade for what.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for staying with Republic TV. It is 12 noon and in about half an hour from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to land in Manipur. This is going to be a very significant visit because this comes in after ethnic violence in the state in 2023, and this is going to be his first visit after that. We'll get you updates on that big story. Let's also take a look at the other big stories we are tracking for you. Here are the headlines.
Operation Sindhu, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Assam lauds armed forces, praises made in India weapons used in Operation Sindoor.
some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats.
Prime Minister Modi's scathing attack on opposition, says opposition used Northeast for vote bank politics. Prime Minister Modi in Manipur today, his first since the Kuki Meitei unrest. In Karnataka, speeding truck runs over Ganesh Visarjan devotees, 9 dead, 22 others injured. Disha Patni's father Jagdish Patni reveals 8 to 10 rounds of gunshots fired at his house. Goldi Brar and Rohit Godara claim responsibility. And Donald Trump says his decision to impose a 50% tariff on India over New Delhi's purchases of Russian oil is a big deal that caused a rift between the two nations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Manipur in just about half an hour from now in what will be his first visit to the state since ethnic violence erupted there in 2023. And this now Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to land in Churachandpur at around 12:30 p.m. He is traveling from Aizawl in Manipur, and the Prime Minister's tour will begin at Mizoram's Aizawl. In fact, he has already covered that, and he has laid the foundation stones and inaugurated projects there worth 9,000 crore rupees. And after that, he is en route now to Manipur. All right. So this Prime Minister visit could mark a really turning point. What really opportunities does this create for lasting reconciliation between communities in Manipur? Let's get an update and a perspective. Our senior editor Shavan Sen is with us. Over to you, Shavan.
Well, this comes amidst the tripartite agreement that was signed by the Kuki-Zo Council and the Ministry of Home Affairs, and what we are essentially calling it the highway to peace. Importantly, remember, this comes at a time when a slew of projects have been announced by the centre to bring in the much needed relief. Over 9,000 crore worth projects are going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister in his first visit to Manipur since 2023. And importantly, two significant areas that are going to be visited by the Prime Minister. One is Churachandpur. Remember, this is one area which was the worst hit in the violence that broke out in the year 2023. And of course, in Imphal. What we are also being told is that the Prime Minister, in all likelihood, would be meeting the family members of those who have been affected during the unrest that took place in Manipur. And he is going to spend a considerable amount of time with the family members of the victims. In fact, this is what the Prime Minister essentially intends to send across, the message that he intends to send across, that it is extremely important that the government basically bridges the divide between the hill and the valley. And that's exactly the attempt that has been made over the last several months, with multiple groups coming together, be it the Kukis as well as Meiteis, to be brought on the negotiating table to try and iron out the differences. In fact, joining us on this broadcast is Rami Desai and Solin Hopkep, who's joining us on this broadcast. I want to bring both of them as well as our reporters on the ground, Anirudh, who's going to join us from Churachandpur, where the Prime Minister is headed. He's en route to Churachandpur, where he's going to address the family members there, and of course also he is going to inaugurate a slew of projects that has been lined up in Manipur, which we're going to list out in a short while from now. First to you, Anirudh, and then I'll go to Johnson, who's joining us from Imphal. With regards to the preparations that are basically underway, what are we to expect in the next few hours in terms of the projects that are going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister? And then, of course, I'm going to go across to our guests who are also joining us on this broadcast.
Someone is very significant that despite inclement weather, the Prime Minister choose not to cancel the trip and continue with his visit. In fact, the Prime Minister is now traveling by road from Imphal Airport to Churachandpur. Earlier, he was supposed to land in Churachandpur directly from Aizawl by chopper, but due to inclement weather, the chopper journey was not possible, and the Prime Minister's aircraft landed at Imphal Airport. And from Imphal Airport, now the Prime Minister is traveling by road. The Prime Minister's travel by road to Churachandpur to listen to the public, to talk with the public, to hear to their plight itself indicates the itself indicates how serious the center is as far as the state of Manipur is concerned, and how the center and the state of Manipur, as well as along with the MHA and all the civil society organizations, the government is trying to bridge the gap between the two ethnic communities. This is self-explanatory of the fact that the Prime Minister is making a road trip to Churachandpur. Remember, he was supposed to address two rallies in Manipur. First one was in Churachandpur and the second was in Imphal at the Kangla Fort. Due to inclement weather, there were also rumors that the Prime Minister might choose to address both the gatherings through video conferencing. But the Prime Minister decided to continue with his tour as scheduled, and with slight changes to the schedule. Now he is traveling by road from Imphal to Churachandpur in a short while from now. He is expected to reach the peace ground. And if I can show you some visuals, grabbing all oats, and despite the huge heavy rainfall, people are coming out in large number. Here on your screen, you can see people coming out in large number to hear the Prime Minister, to attend the rally of the Prime Minister in at the peace ground in Churachandpur, from school students to the families of the victims, to the internally displaced people and the civil society organizations. Everyone is here. Everyone is here to hear out the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister is also expected to speak to the internally displaced people, not just in Churachandpur, but also in Imphal. He will speak to both the ethnic communities. He will address their grievances. And the aspiration, the hopes and aspiration of the people in both the hill and the valley are high, that the Prime Minister's visit will ensure an everlasting peace in the state of Manipur, and that it will also bridge the gap between both the communities in the coming days. Sawan.
Well, in fact, we'll try and also reach out to the Kuki-Zo Council for their response to come in. Mr. Hokip, if I can bring you in. It all started with the territorial integrity demand that was essentially made. The Kuki-Zo Council has now signed a tripartite agreement with the centre, which is now being touted as the highway to peace. Has the matter been settled? If not, what's the bone of contention right now?
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to be able to communicate to you and to viewers. Now, you cited a very important point about the KZC and MHA signing an agreement. It's not an agreement per se. KZC had issued a statement with regard to what you call the National Highway to Peace. That national highway has always been open, never closed, never blocked. Commuters travel safely. So KZC's statement was to the effect that the highway is open, let people go, but their appeal to our people and to the government was, let's ensure the commuters and transportation that go on with goods, etc., will happen in a secure manner. Therefore, let the highway be manned by the central forces. That is all. And now, there is another component to MHA's engagement with the Kuki-Zo people. It's the suspension of operations agreement, which was renewed on the 4th of September. And I'm the spokesperson for the Kuki National Organizations. And there too, you mentioned at the outset the territorial integrity bit. Yes, that was there, unconstitutional as it is. It was inserted by the Congress government led by Ibobi Singh in 2008. Now, we have asked for a revision of the SO agreement because our demands have also been revised owing to the 3rd of May 2023 ethnic cleansing of our people from Imphal, which was enabled by the state government. So now the MHA has agreed to insert a third clause which says there will be a negotiated political settlement with the KNO and UPF under the Constitution of India in a time-bound manner. So this is explicit, absolutely correct, and the documents signed by the government and us are in place with respect to the KZCs as well as ours. So that should clear the air that was unfortunately confounded by the PIB reports, both on KZC statement and the SO agreement signed with MHA. Thank you.
Mr. Haukap, I'll request you to stay on with us because it is important for our viewers to understand that are we making any progress at this point in time? Because the Prime Minister's visit is essentially being seen as some sort of a healing touch, but would that be enough? Rami Desai, if I can bring you in. The bridge between the hill and the valley right now. And the reality is this, that can they come together and perhaps be able to bridge the gap in terms of who really looks after the administration in the state of Manipur? That remains the biggest bone of contention at this point in time. Rami, have we made some sort of a progress in the last few months?
Good morning, first of all. I think, today is a delightful day to see that the Prime Minister has landed in Manipur and he's going to be addressing large crowds in Imphal and churachandpur. Having said that, I think the state has made considerable progress. If you look at the last 6 months, ever since President has been imposed in Manipur, there has been relative peace. There has been more peace than we have seen since the conflict. So I think there has been concerted effort towards some amount of stability and alleviating, some amount of anger that was there. And that is a good trajectory to be on. Now, however, of course, there is always a question of a popular government coming back. And I think all of that is going to take time because I think this is really the road ahead. And one would want, by any rational choice, one would want the stability and the peace that we've seen in the last 6-8 months to continue as it is. When it comes to both the communities coming to some sort of a consensus, and this is my personal opinion, I think that will take a little time because I think there are demands on both the sides and there are vested interests on both the sides that don't want to move back on their demands, at least for the time being, till there is some amount of peace to be able to negotiate again. So I think that is going to be marginally problematic. But in the long run, I think it is incumbent on the communities to come to some sort of understanding amongst each other and to find a way ahead. I think a good point would be here that the Prime Minister is also going to meet, I believe, some of the IDPs. It would be a good starting point to ensure that these IDPs can go back to the homes that they had to leave, to feel safe and, to be able to feel some sort of normalcy in their lives because they have been, after all, living in camps for a very long time now. And that has not only affected them adversely, but the young children that are in these camps. And these goes for both the communities. So I think that is going to be a very important step forward if there can be some breakthrough on the basis of humanitarian grounds. Beyond that, any sort of political demands, there is time to come to some sort of understanding on that. But I think that is going to take a little time. However, I think the Prime Minister's visit to Manipur is a very, very welcome visit. And I think typically of the people of Manipur, they've shown a very large heart and they're very excited about his trip and what he's going to say. And of course, as you already know, he's going to inaugurate some development projects, which is really a message to the people of Manipur that the way ahead is development.
Rami, I'll request you to stay on with us because I want to bring in a reporter. And Mr. Haukip, I'm going to come back to you with regards to where do you really stand at this point in time and what's the road ahead? The Prime Minister has come to Manipur. There are development projects that are going to be announced, but would that be enough is a question I asked Ravi Desai. I'm going to ask you that, but before that, let me just quickly get in a word from my colleague Anirudh, who is currently at Churachandpur. The process I'm given to understand is en route to Churachandpur, one of the worst hit areas in Manipur, an area from where Anirudh has been reporting over the last several months. He has visited those worst hit areas, spoken to the family members there. Anirudh, if I can just quickly bring you in. You've spoken to the people on the ground. What's the sense that you get? Is it really enough, or what more is expected at this point in time?
Yes, Sawan, definitely. People out here are very happy that the Prime Minister is visiting them. They are very happy to welcome the Prime Minister. And if you can see, despite the heavy rain, people are coming out in large number to attend the Prime Minister's rally. We would also like to get in a word from them if they talk to us. Sir, the Prime Minister is coming. How do you feel?
I'm very happy. Next, और क्या बताऊं?
आपको लगता है कि आप शांति आ जाएगा फाइनली मणिपुर में?
कुछ तो लेके तो आएगा, कुछ संभावना है. मुझे बहुत खुशी है जे आएगा तो हमारा इस सोसाइटी के लिए कुछ तो देगा. ये मुझे विनती करता हूँ, खुदा ना कष्टे आराम से आए.
So you can see the people are hopeful that the Prime Minister is coming, and they are hopeful that since the Prime Minister is coming, there will be definitely some good news that he will bring along with him. This is what they hope. Would also like to talk to a few other people out here who are coming to attend the Prime Minister's rally. Madam, see, don't want to speak, but yes, there are other senior citizens who are coming to the Prime Minister's rally. So the Prime Minister is visiting Manipur, and people of Manipur had been wanting to hear from the Prime Minister. So what do you expect today since the Prime Minister has made it to Manipur?
I don't think so. But there is many undeveloped, especially in the tribal area.
Yes, he wants to say that there are many issues concerning development in the tribal areas particularly, and they hope that with the Prime Minister's visit to Manipur, the issues concerning development will also be finally addressed. Sawan.
Well, Mr. Haukip, if I can just bring you in. There is already politicking on this entire matter. The opposition party just a short while back is now calling this entire trip of the Prime Minister to Manipur as not a sign of compassion and saying that just a roadshow is not good enough. But you've just heard someone that my colleague was speaking to, and there are people who are saying that you need to bring in the kind of development that we have seen in other states. So it is certainly perhaps a road ahead, a way forward. I want to ask you, Mr. Haukip, what is the roadmap that the KNO is essentially looking at right now? Mr. Haukip, you'll have to perhaps unmute yourself. We are unable to hear you.
Sorry, my apologies. Yes, to begin with, we are very honored that the Prime Minister is visiting Lamka, although 2.5 years almost later. He is our honored guest, and we appreciate it. And our people are very, very positive about this occasion. And we are doing our best to make him feel welcome in a sincere tribal way. And it will happen. It is happening. Now, you mentioned the bridge, a bridge earlier, a bridge to peace, apart from the highway to peace. The bridge is already set, and government has been working on along those lines since 4th of September to find a way forward. Now, any bridge that will bridge the gap between the two communities is already in place, as I said, and which is the Constitution of India. That is a preset path to solution to issues that arise in the country. And therefore, the 4th of September extension of SOO, particularly, is to find a negotiated settlement with our issues that concerns the community in Imphal, and which will be moderated and chaired by the government on the basis of the Constitution. So the bridge is there. We need not worry. So both sides, both communities must be willing to participate positively and understand that any solution to lasting peace and development, which should come later, not before, which is appreciated also if it's in parallel, but lasting peace can only be achieved through the constitutional provisions established by our constitutional fathers, envisioned, they have envisioned the sort of issues that could crop up in the country like what is there today long before. And when they drafted the Constitution, it was drafted very carefully. So that bridge is in place, intact. We just need to be willing to go and cross the other side in terms of our politics along the bridge with those constitutional provisions. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, I'll request you to stay on with us as we continue with our rolling coverage of the Prime Minister's visit to Manipur. Rami, you've heard what Mr. Haukip has said, and perhaps it's the most fitting manner in which he has put this, that lasting peace can be achieved through the constitutional provisions. I just want to flesh this out for our viewers. What constitutional provisions are we really talking about? Keeping in mind that both communities were unwilling to sit on the negotiating table for quite some time. Things have certainly moved ahead. But in terms of being able to come to a lasting peace or a lasting resolution, what is it that is being worked on right now?
So I think what are the constitutional provisions that are being spoken about? I think that question should be directed towards Silent, because he's the one who's bringing it up. As far as I'm concerned, there are already constitutional provisions in place. Yes, there have been grievances, and there have been grievances on both the sides. The Constitution gives you a Hill Council. Maybe the Hill Council has not been functioning in the hill areas properly. Maybe there are grievances against the state government. Maybe there are grievances against the center. I think grievances need to be addressed. You have the mechanisms in place. I think it is important to take accountability of the functioning of those mechanisms. I think if it is development that one is looking for, then one has to chart out a very strategic roadmap for development. And if that has been a long-standing demand and it has not been delivered, then that is what the dialogue should be around. I find it very difficult, and this is a personal opinion again, I'm not a spokesperson of any political party, so I would say this: I find it very difficult to believe that any sort of constitutional amendments will be made because of the situation at this point, because I think these are solvable situations. The Prime Minister, like I said, is coming with a development package, and that is really the first step towards some amount of consensus, because this is exactly what the grievances have been, that there hasn't been enough development in the hill areas, and the Prime Minister is coming with a specific development package for the hill areas. So I think these should be points of discussion and dialogue, and I think this is how you move forward. But like I also said, that there's been prolonged differences, and there has been some amount of anger towards both the communities that they have towards each other, and I think that needs some amount of abatement still, even though there has been the incidents in violence have come to a standstill in the last 6-7 months, but I think that needs to continue for a while. But let me also say this, the politicization of the Prime Minister's visit, it was in Churachandpur, as Silent calls it Lamka, but the official name is Churachandpur, so I choose to use that. In Churachandpur yesterday we saw, two groups fighting. Why would this happen when the ask has been for the Prime Minister to visit? Why would there be any amount of conflict, which could derail the process of him coming to a state that
that's a crucial point you're making. Your crucial point that you're making, that is there an attempt to try and derail this entire process? And Mr. Hawkip, I'll request you to stay on with us. In fact, we'll take a short break right now. Rami will be back with our coverage. We're hoping that both of you are going to stay with us as we continue putting the spotlight on the Prime Minister's visit to Manipur, and what is it that the people of Manipur are really looking at right now.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Not counting gang violence. Great!
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple. Start acting a certain way. Do not...
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistics, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so do you
were you raised by a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay, good. And that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit. And when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time.
I said capitalism is a dead vampire that feasts on the blood of the working class.
Capitalism is a deadly vampire that feasts on the blood of the working class.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that for me?
I don't really want to right now, but because
do you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
So you're feasting on the blood of the working class. How dare you?
Yeah.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11, as the world marks its anniversary tomorrow, even as we witness today the hypocrisy of those who sheltered its mastermind and glorified him as a martyr. Lest we forget Pulwama, Uri, Pathankot, Mumbai. The list is endless, Mr. President. Yet, Pakistan demonstrates the audacity to take the floor today, feigning moral outrage while continuing to finance and shelter the very networks that threaten global security. The international community recognizes this charade for what it is. The world will not forget. India will not forget. Our measured and proportionate response to the Pahalgam attack made that sufficiently clear. We need no lessons from a terror sponsor, no sermons from a persecutor of minorities, no advice from a state that has squandered its own credibility. Mr. President, India will continue to protect its citizens with unwavering resolve. We will defend our sovereignty without compromise. And we...
All right, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Manipur in what is going to be his first visit to the state since the violence that erupted in the state in 2023. The Prime Minister is scheduled for landing. He has landed there in Manipur, in fact, in Churachandpur. He's going to start from Churachandpur, and now he will be then travel to Unveil, but right now he is going to start his tour of Manipur, his visit of Manipur from Churachandpur, where he has landed, where he has reached right now. And the Prime Minister's tour, earlier he was in Mizoram's Assam. He laid foundation stones in inaugurated projects worth over 9,000 crore rupees. Now he is in Churachandpur of Manipur. Of course, the immense significance of this visit, as this is the first time that he's in Manipur since 2023. We have our reporters on ground zero who will be getting us all the latest on this mega visit of the Prime Minister. He is going to be taking out he'll be visiting. Okay, I am told that we have Aniruddha and Johnson live on the broadcast from Manipur. Aniruddha, to you first. Tell us more. What are you picking up? The Prime Minister has reached Churachandpur. Take us through what's happening on ground.
Yes, Raksita. In fact, the Prime Minister will be here shortly. The Prime Minister is en route to the peace ground in Churachandpur. The Prime Minister landed in Imphal amidst inclement weather, and after that, from Imphal to Churachandpur, he decided to come by road because shoppers couldn't land in Churachandpur because of low visibility as a result of inclement weather, heavy rainfall since the morning, and that is the reason why the Prime Minister chose to continue with his tour by road, and there has been a slight delay of around 1 hour, and now the Prime Minister is expected to reach the peace ground anytime. We are getting to know that the Prime Minister's convoy is hardly 2 to 3 minutes away from the venue right now. Anytime on the screen, the Prime Minister's convoy will make its entry into the peace ground. There has been heavy security arrangement in and around the place, and despite the inclement weather condition, huge number of people have turned out at the peace ground. At least 15 to 20,000 people are expected, and they are already inside the ground to listen to the Prime Minister. The hopes and aspirations of the people of Manipur are high, both in the hills and the valley, as far as the Prime Minister's visit is concerned, because there has been a lot of political hullabaloo in the past 2 years and 4 months, and ever since the ethnic conflict broke out in the state of Manipur on 3rd of May 2023. There was a huge demand that the Prime Minister should come and listen to the grief of the people. He should address the people. And now, when the Prime Minister is coming, he has made it sure that he not only gives ample amount of time to both the ethnic communities, but also a possible solution. A roadmap has been drawn to address not only the concerns of the Kukizo community, but also the concerns among the Meitei community. With all these concerns being raised, with a roadmap ahead for a peaceful and progressive Manipur, the Prime Minister is visiting the state, and this visit of the Prime Minister is very, very significant, not just for the region. That projects worth around 9,000 crore will be dedicated to the nation, or will be dedicated to the state of Manipur, but also for the fact that the Prime Minister is going all out to reach out to the people. You can see from the very guess in when he was addressing in Mizoram, it was also expected that, since in Mizoram also due to inclement weather, he couldn't make it to the stadium where the public rally was supposed to be addressed, and he had to address it virtually. And after taking off from Aizawl, he landed in Imphal, and there were rumors that the Prime Minister will choose to address both the rallies virtually, but the Prime Minister didn't stop. The Prime Minister went ahead with his planned schedule. This all-out gesture itself indicates the seriousness of the issue that the center has been putting in as far as the state of Manipur is concerned, as far as finding a permanent solution to the conflict in Manipur is concerned. And here you can see the first warning car of the Prime Minister's convoy has just arrived. The Prime Minister is on his way to the peace ground, where he will be addressing more than 15 to 20,000 people. This is the warning car which has arrived, and the warning car is followed by the convoy of the Prime Minister. It's a huge carpet, and the many BJP leaders are also expected to accompany him. In fact, if we are not wrong, the governor will be also accompanying the Prime Minister in both the venues in Churachandpur as well as in Kangpokpi. It may be mentioned that there were talks between the MHA and the civil society organizations for long, and the dialogues went as expected, and through thick and thin times the dialogues went through, and now as these developments are coming in, it is being expected the Prime Minister's visit to the state will ensure an everlasting peace, and not just an everlasting peace, but also it will open the road for a stable restoration of a stable popular government in the state of Manipur. And if we are told by political sources both at the center and the state that the state of Manipur will soon have a popular government restored, and it is only after looking into all the future roadmap for the state of Manipur that the Prime Minister is actually visiting the state. The Prime Minister's visit is being held in high aspiration and interest by the people of Manipur, not only in the hills but also in the valley. And as we speak, we can see the carcass moving. The Prime Minister is expected anytime here, and from here he will go to Imphal. In Churachandpur, the Prime Minister will be meeting with the internally displaced people who had been victim of the ethnic clashes, who had been victim in places like Imphal, in places like Moirang, etc. And after interacting with the IDPs here, he will be addressing the gathering, and from here he will go to Kangla Fort, and in Kangla Fort too the Prime Minister will be interacting with the IDPs. So he is reaching out to one and all. And the very gesture I have been talking about that the Prime Minister is showing is indeed a great gesture as far as reaching out to the public is concerned. And here we can see on a screen Prime Minister's convoy has arrived. The Prime Minister has arrived at the peace ground. This is his car flashing the blue lights, and the Prime Minister's car has just entered the peace ground in Churachandpur, and in a short while from now he will be on the stage addressing the gathering and also interacting with the internally displaced people here in Churachandpur. Rakshita.
Right, viewers, we are getting you visuals from Churachandpur. Public TV is closely tracking. Okay, I have Johnson also from Imphal in Manipur. Now, Churachandpur has its own significance, of course, and Imphal, Johnson, just help our viewers understand this entire road travel, the entire trajectory of Prime Minister's visit in Manipur. What is the significance of it, and how is the response in Imphal?
Yes, Prime Minister have landed with the Imphal International Airport at around 11 and 11 minutes. So, due to this Prime Minister have for Churachandpur from Imphal International Airport at around 11:38 Churachandpur to address a public gathering in the Churachandpur itself. So we are expecting more hope from the Prime Minister, and even all the civil societies, even all the public are now, they are much awaited, they are much eager to hear the address given by the Prime Minister, hoping that the solution long-lasting.
All right, viewers, we seem to have lost that network. We'll try and reconnect, but Anirudh continues to be with us. Anirudh, this from an area where, all right, we are just getting in more visuals, viewers. I think my colleague Priyanka is getting us more voices from Ground Zero in Manipur.
What we are waiting only to announce for the suffered people. That's all we are waiting. Due to
कि पीड़ित लोगों के लिए वो कुछ बोले, ये सुनना चाहते हो आप नरेंद्र मोदी के मुंह से, प्रधानमंत्री के मुंह से?
Pardon? English?
विक्टिम लोगों के बारे में आप सुनना चाहते हो? I hear about the victim people, suffered people.
Oh, suffer lots and lots of hundreds and hundreds of people been tortured, raped.
In 2023, right? 2023.
Yeah. Lots and lots of hundreds and thousands people has been tortured. After that, today is the day we are waiting, eagerly waiting our Modi.
But now your wait is over. आपका इंतजार पूरा हुआ और यहाँ पर मैं देख रही हूँ कि now everything is like normal.
No,
Peace is here now. Everything is like normal. सब ठीक है?
No.
No.
I should say that completely no.
Why so? क्यों ऐसा?
How can we say that after torturing and rape, everything has been taken place? How can we take it that it's normal? No, sorry. But the thing is that whether the situation, if the Modi ji has been taken seriously, he has to become and declare that what the suffered people has been like it. That's all what we like.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and opinion. तो यहाँ पर देखिए मैं तस्वीरें लगातार दिखा रही हूँ. यहाँ पर सभी लोग आ रहे हैं. मुख्य तौर पर इनकी मांग है, आज ये सुनना चाहते हैं. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी चुराचांदपुर पहुंच चुके हैं उस मैदान में. वहां पर मैं आपको बता दूं कुकी समुदाय के लोगों को संबोधित कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये सुनना चाहते हैं कि 2023 में जो कुछ
That was my colleague Priyanka was getting us visuals from Churachandpur. My colleague Aniruddha continues to also get us information from Churachandpur where the Prime Minister has reached, and we are expecting that his convoy will be passing through soon. This very road that we are right now, why we have positioned our cameras, viewers. It's an important outreach. I think Aniruddha, if you're still with us, Aniruddha, if you can hear me, what has been the sentiment on ground? We just heard one of the people who were speaking to Priyanka. Tell us what are the expectations of the people of Manipur as the Prime Minister visits the state, visits Churachandpur?
Yes, Raksita, for the fact of the matter that in both the communities, there have been people who have been sensible, who have understood the root cause of this entire conflict, and they too expect that peace should return soon to the state of Manipur, and they hope that peace will finally make its way to the state of Manipur with the Prime Minister's arrival, since the Prime Minister is also reaching out to one and all, and this gesture shown by the Prime Minister is what people of Manipur are thankful to. In fact, we have been speaking to several community leaders both in the Kukizo community as well as in the Meitei community, and all the leaders agree on one common point, that peace should return soon to the state of Manipur, and that is what everyone is hoping for. Everyone wants peace to make its way so that the state can progress further. There have been mixed response as far as demands like NRC are concerned, demands like sealing of the border, suspension of the free movement regime is concerned. There have been mixed response in many aspects, but yes, if there is one common agenda, or if there is one common talking point that we need to highlight, then yes, all the community leaders agree on one fact, that peace should make its way into the state first, and then dialogues can continue. If dialogues prevail, if dialogue continues, then definitely the day is not far when everlasting peace will make its way into the state of Manipur. We have some people from the community here. So you are here to the Prime Minister. Since the Prime Minister is visiting the state of Manipur,
yes,
what are the expectations of the people from your community?
Actually, for the interest of the people, the whole people of this particularly Churachandpur, what we recently call Lamka, I think our primary expectation will be a separate administration. Besides, there might be some a lot of expectation like developmental works, some kind of developmental projects. That is our expectation.
And peace should make its way into this.
Peace, until and unless we attain the what to say, the separate administration, until and unless we attain the separate administration, I don't believe peace will exist. Peace and harmony will not be exist until and unless we attain the separate administration.
Yes, the demand for separate administration in the state of Manipur continues, and though there have been no wars, but yes, as I have been telling you, that dialogues have been on in between the communities, between the civil society organization and the MHA, and it is being, and with the recent developments, particularly what we have witnessed on 4th of September, which is being projected as the highway to peace and development in the northeast, the roadmap that has been sought out by the civil society organization, the Kukizo civil society organization and the MHA. So for all these developments, it is expected that since the doors of dialogues have opened, then that day is not far when all the grievances can be addressed through dialogue, through proper channels. And with the Prime Minister's visit particularly, and for a fact that, you know, Manipur lagged behind for many years. For the violence has been on for at least 2 years and 4 months. But if we talk in terms of years that Manipur has been pushed back, then at least 2 decades behind. Manipur lagged behind by 2 decades at least in the last 2 years. So yes, definitely the new projects that the Prime Minister is going to lay foundation stone of today here in Churachandpur and also at Kangla. These are projects which are spread over 6 districts of Manipur. These are not centered in one particular area. It is spread over the hills and the valley. So these projects will ensure a new saga of development as far as the East is concerned, and as far as the government's, the Prime Minister's Act East policy is concerned. Because, you know, if we are talking about the Act East policy, then yes, the stability and peace in Manipur is of foremost important, because it is the ASEAN highway. When talking about the Act East policy, the ASEAN highway is the lifeline. And when we talk about the ASEAN highway, it passes through Manipur to Burma. And if we also talk about the Kalaran project, which is another major project by the Modi government, then also the interest of both Manipur and Mizoram needs to be safeguarded. So yes, the Prime Minister's reach out. If I go to highlight the overall visit of the Prime Minister this time to the northeast, this 2-day visit today that started in Mizoram, now he is in Manipur, and it will culminate in Assam tomorrow. Overall 36,000 projects worth at least 36,000 crore are being dedicated to the Northeast. So this is a mega push by the center as far as the Act East policy is concerned, as far as the Northeast is concerned, Raksita.
Right, absolutely. There was shots coming in from Churachandpur, the Prime Minister meeting the people from Churachandpur and speaking to the youngsters, speaking to the children, and he's interacting with them. First visuals on Republic TV from Churachandpur, where the Prime Minister is right now speaking to school kids. He is attending this function, this meet and greet, and also he's interacting with them, and all smiles spread across on this very significant visit, as he is welcomed with flowers by the young girls, the young students there in Churachandpur ahead of his mega address and the infra projects that are to be inaugurated. He's been presented by a portrait as well. He's presented a portrait of himself by this student in Churachandpur, and he is shaking hands with them, blessing them, and also he's presented with this traditional hat of Manipur, reflecting the rich culture and heritage of the state, the region, in particular Churachandpur, of course, very important from the Cookies' point of view, and a lot of expectations, of course, many demands, of course, in from both the communities, with both the tribal groups, the Cookies or the Meiteis, and remains to be seen with what sort of a response is evoked. All right, I'm told that we have I'm told that we have guests joining us on the broadcast for more. We have Selin Haukep joining us. He's a spokesperson for Kuki National Organization. Thank you so much, Mr. Haukep, for joining us on Republic TV. We are getting in these live visuals from Churachandpur, and the Prime Minister is being welcomed in the traditional ways. How do you see Prime Minister starting this visit from Churachandpur, interacting with the locals? What are the expectations and the sentiments on grounds?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I mean, this is a very positive development. You can see in the faces of the innocent children, etc. A face can tell 1,000 tales, but it's very evident, self-evident. And this is the benefit of the Prime Minister's visit, that he encounters our people and he gets a first-hand positive impression. And all this is very well and good, and it's a good starting point, but we must also take the next step, as he has obviously plans which he will not reveal now. Development plans, if I may say so myself, for our people at the moment, it is secondary. What we need is absolute security, dignity of life and property, which can be provided with the blessings of the Prime Minister through constitutional safeguards. That is the future. And as I mentioned earlier in my little bit, the bridge to bring the two communities to a point of reconciliation is that both sides must be willing to cross that bridge, and the bridge is the Constitution of India. So let's not skirt around that. Let's not try to put this whole situation that started from 3rd May and still ongoing, unfortunately, is a law and order matter. And it's not about development per se. Development is secondary. It is existential for the Kuki-Zo people. We have to live, we have to survive. Our properties, our dignity must be restored, which was stolen from us. We were deprived of in Imphal on the 3rd of May and continuing. And all these 2.5 years, every sort of development or employment opportunities have been enjoyed by the people in the valley. We have been deprived of that also. But I don't want to get into the development part. That would sidetrack us. If we want to resolve issues, let's call a spade without being aggressive or nonsensical. Let's catch the bull by the horn so that we can bring lasting peace and not play around with the lives of the people that the Prime Minister currently is meeting. These are citizens of India. We need to be people of integrity and not blame politicizing on others, but get to grips with the ground reality. And here the Prime Minister is seeing for himself the situation, and no sort of deviation from that by any attempt from anybody should be allowed to persist. Thank you.
Sir, rightly pointed out, sir. There have been, of course, several demands that have been put forth by the Kuki-Zo community, sir. And out of some necessity, they say that there are many demands, But how do you see this visit? Do you feel that there will be some breakthrough beyond the symbolism of it?
I would certainly hope so. That would, if there's nothing, it would put the Prime Minister's status, reputation at stake. And I don't think the government of India is immature to carry out a program like this and let the Prime Minister go back and leave everything empty for us. I mean, he's a dignified, Prime Minister. He's been there for a long time. He understands the situation. Okay, for whatever reasons, he didn't come sooner than we wanted, but he's come now, and that long wait is being honored, and we are very pleased. So we certainly expect sort of mounting, full-scale progress in our situation being changed from what it has been from 3rd May until now, and the future should be bright because the government of India is not against us. We are not against the government of India. We want solutions within the constitutional framework, and those provisions are there. So it's for the politicians, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, to exercise that, and they are doing so. The pace is not as per expectation of the people on ground because they're emotional, they're suffering every day. As I've mentioned in our political dialogue meeting with the MHA, a day delayed in our issues being resolved is a day added to our miseries. Those are facts. And today the Prime Minister has cut through all that, whatever has been in the media, and presented himself as our guest in our land. And he is honest to goodness. Let's take that at face value, but also let's not think that he will go away leaving us empty-handed. Now, what will come out, we don't know yet. I don't want to refer to the state government's release of that statement about district-wise distribution of funds for development. That's secondary for us. And even in that secondary status, from what I've seen, it will make the people in the valley very happy. It will keep the Nagas ambivalent about their real political future. For the Kukis, it has set resolve for us to persist on a particular demand, which is constitutional now, to secure a future that will be safe and dignified. Thank you.
Right, sir. We continue to speak to you, viewers, as we speak. Let me just tell you that Prime Minister is in Churachandpur. He visits his, he starts his Manipur visit from Churachandpur, that is a Kuki-dominated district, of course. And we see him meeting the children, the students, and he is welcomed wholeheartedly with in traditional fashion. We see these first pictures on Republic TV, the outreach. The first time he's visiting since ethnic violence broke out in 2023 he's in Churachandpur, and we will continue to get more voices now. In fact, I request Mr. Howkip to stay on with us. We also have Mr. Rami Desai joining us, a distinguished fellow, India Foundation, New Delhi. She's joining us on the broadcast. Thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. And thank you. We continue to track the developments, and this is, of course, an outreach not just for development, but also so to do, in a way, bring forward that quote-unquote healing touch, in Manipur. And it's important that this visit goes beyond the visuals that we are seeing, that it touches the hearts of those even watching it, and of course all of the groups who are the stakeholders in this conflict.
Absolutely. I think this is a very welcome visit. Manipur has been wanting the Prime Minister to visit them, and the Prime Minister is there. He's visiting two very important cities, and he's bringing a message of development with him. I think that is what is really the need of the hour. And he is, almost diverting people's attention to what the future roadmap should be, which is development. Therefore, he's come with the kind of, potential project packages that he's come with, not just for Imphal, but also Churachandpur. And that is very important messaging. But of course, we all know that the Prime Minister is very well liked across the country, and I think that is reflected in the warmth of the people of Manipur who have received him with so much of enthusiasm. We know that it was raining in both the cities. We know that travel has been difficult. Security is at an all-time high, but look at the kind of crowds that have shown up. So I think that's really a reflection of his popularity, a reflection of the importance of his visit to Manipur. I would really just say that, it would be very unwise for any groups or any opposition parties to politicize this visit. I think it would take a lot away from the positivity that this visit has brought to the state, to the region, to the country. So I think while there has been a certain amount of politicization, certain amount of naysayers who've said, who wanted to be critical of this visit, I think it is very, inappropriate at this point, because this is, as you said yourself, quote unquote, the healing touch that Manipur needs at this point.
Right, Ms. Rami Desai, just on with us. We have more and more visuals coming in from Churachandpur as he has taken to the stage, and we expect his address to begin very, very soon. He's being welcomed on stage with a traditional shawl, and in just a few moments from now, we'll have the Prime Minister speaking for the first time in Manipur after 2023. We see him visiting the state.
And expresses dignity, praise, and respect. May I now request Honorable Governor Shri Ajay Kumar Ballaji to present the welcome address.
परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, उपस्थित सब डिग्निटरीज, जनसमूह, नमस्ते, गुड आफ्टरनून, शिबाय। It is with deep respect and great pride that I stand before you today in the historic, vibrant town of Churachandpur on the occasion of the Honorable Prime Minister's visit to this beautiful state of Manipur. मैं हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हमारे राज्य में आगमन और हम सभी के बीच उपस्थित होने के लिए हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बाय एक रोड से लंबी जर्नी करके आज आपके बीच में उपस्थित हुए हैं, उनको एक बार तहे दिल से इसका भी शुक्रिया करता हूं। Churachandpur is not just a geographical location, it's a symbol of rich cultural diversity, resilience, and the spirit of unity. The people of this land, representing a mosaic of tribal and ethnic communities, have for generations contributed to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our state and our nation. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज आपकी यहाँ उपस्थिति चुरचांदपुर और पूरे मणिपुर राज्य के लोगों के लिए अपार प्रेरणा और प्रोत्साहन का सोर्स है। समावेशी विकास, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के प्रति आपकी प्रतिबद्धता इस क्षेत्र के लोगों की आकांक्षाओं के साथ गहराई से प्रतिध्वनित होती है। आपके दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में पूर्वोत्तर को मार्जिन से मुख्य धारा में लाया गया है। द फोकस ऑन कनेक्टिविटी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, डिजिटल एक्सेस, एजुकेशन एंड हेल्थ केयर हैज ब्रॉट होप एंड न्यू अपॉर्चुनिटीज टू आवर यूथ। Today, as we look forward, we also acknowledge the challenges that we must face together. Challenges of peace, development, and trust. Today is the time to heal and help and look forward. With dialogue, understanding, and inclusive governance, I am confident that Manipur will emerge resilient, more united, and prosperous. हम सभी अपने समाज को शांति, प्रगति और तीव्र विकास के लिए एक जीवंत स्थान बनाने में योगदान दें। Bringing development to remotest corner and reaching out to the last mile is one of the cornerstones of Viksit Bharat, which calls for inclusive growth. Churachandpur district has always been among one of the top priorities of the state. Being a border district, the government is committed to provide connectivity and essential infrastructure to the furthest hamlet for overall development. At the same time, we as citizens of this country have a bounden duty to safeguard our country and its interests. We cannot afford our land to be encroached or be allowed to be illegally inhabited by people from beyond the borders. Both the state and central government are committed to take effective steps to address this challenge. I would also like to mention about recent natural calamities, especially the cloudburst and flash floods that cut off several villages of Henglep area of Churachandpur. To deal with this, Operation Sahyog was launched by the Assam Rifles, Indian Air Force and District Administration to supply over 6 tons of essential relief to 18 remote villages in Henglep, cut off due to landslides. This swift, coordinated response reached 1,500 villagers with vital rations and supplies. A 3-phase resettlement plan for internally displaced persons is being taken up to settle them at the earliest. Additional security personnel and quick response teams were deployed to further bolster safety and stability. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज यहाँ आपकी उपस्थिति आशा की किरण है और साथ ही शांति एवं समावेशी विकास के प्रति केंद्र सरकार की अटूट प्रतिबद्धता की पुष्टि भी है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी उपस्थिति और समर्थन से इस क्षेत्र को खास तवज्जो मिलेगी और इसका मान बढ़ेगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है, जिसके लिए मैं यहाँ की जनता की तरफ से और राज्य सरकार की तरफ से तहे दिल से आज आपकी उपस्थिति के लिए आपका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय मणिपुर।
May I request Honorable Prime Minister to unveil the plaque to mark the laying of foundation stones of 19 projects amounting to rupees 7,300 crore by the press of a button. Viksit Bharat, Viksit Manipur. मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वे 7,300 करोड़ रुपए लागत से बने वाले 19 परियोजनाओं की आधारशिला रखने हेतु आधारशिला पट्टिकाओं का बटन दबाकर अनावरण करें। धन्यवाद महोदय। May I request the dignitaries to be kindly seated. With the laying of the foundation stones of these development projects by the Honorable Prime Minister, let us now watch a short film depicting the vision, scope and impact of these projects.
Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, Manipur is witnessing a new era of transformation through massive investments across sectors.
हमने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के साथ केवल योजनाओं के माध्यम से रिश्ता नहीं जोड़ा, हमने दिल से रिश्ता बनाया है।
Today, foundation stones are laid for 19 projects worth more than 7,300 crore rupees. A giant step towards making Manipur economically vibrant and future-ready. Under the PM Divine scheme, super speciality healthcare infrastructure will be established in 5 remote districts: Chandir, Jiribam, Senapati, Tamenglong and Ukru, at a cost of over 100 crore rupees. This will bring advanced medical care closer to the people, ensuring better health outcomes and reducing out-of-pocket expenses. Connectivity is the backbone of development. With an investment of over 2,560 crore rupees, the Tengnopal-Shangshak National Highway and the projects under the Imphal-Ukhrul-Jesami Economic Corridor under the Bharatmala Pariyojana will transform Manipur's economic landscape. To empower women and ensure their participation in the workforce, foundation stones are laid for 9 working women's hostels worth over 140 crore rupees. These hostels will provide modern amenities, safe living spaces, and an ecosystem for growth. In the digital age, Manipur is preparing for the future. The Manipur Infotech Development Project, with an investment of 550 crore rupees, will promote digital skills, entrepreneurship and create opportunities in the global IT industry. Education is the foundation of progress, with an investment of over 130 crore rupees under the NESID's OTRI scheme. 120 high schools and higher secondary schools across the state will be strengthened. Additionally, the infrastructure development of Oriental College, Takyel, funded by the NEC at a cost of 6 crore rupees, will enhance higher education facilities in Manipur. Tourism is a symbol of Manipur's rich heritage and culture. At Ibudhau Marching Polo Ground, infrastructure development worth 30 crore rupees under NESID's OTRI will boost tourism around this historic site. Further, the Barak Heritage Festival and tourism infrastructure at Koide Bisho village, Senapati, funded by the NEC at a cost of 4 crore rupees, will showcase the cultural vibrancy of the region. In the field of renewable energy, the installation of a grid-connected SPV power plant at power substations and a 5-megawatt floating SPV power plant at the Thaubal Multipurpose Project Reservoir is being taken up under NESID's OTRI through MoneyRadar with an investment of 33 crore rupees. These projects will provide clean energy and ensure sustainable power for Manipur's future. Manipur, the powerhouse of sports, will receive a boost with a new multi-purpose indoor hall at Kuman Lampak worth 36 crore rupees, nurturing the next generation of champions. Finally, with an investment of around 3,650 crore rupees, the Urban Roads, Drainage and Asset Management Project will strengthen Manipur's urban infrastructure, improve connectivity and reduce maintenance costs, enabling more funds for rural road development. From healthcare to highways, from women's empowerment to digital innovation, from sports to sustainable infrastructure, these foundation stones are not just projects. They are the building blocks of a stronger, prosperous and resilient Manipur.
Thank you so much, Honorable Prime Minister. Today, the long-cherished dream of the people of this land has become an amazing reality. May I now take the distinct honor of requesting Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to address the gathering. अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से विनम्र आग्रह करना चाहूंगी कि आप जन समुदाय को संबोधित करें।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मंच पर विराजमान राज्यपाल श्रीमान अजय भल्ला जी, राज्य प्रशासन के अन्य अधिकारीगण और इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित मणिपुर के मेरे भाई और बहनों, आप सबको नमस्कार। मणिपुर की ये धरती हौसलों और हिम्मत की धरती है। ये हिल्स प्रकृति का अनमोल उपहार है और साथ ही ये हिल्स आप सभी लोगों की निरंतर मेहनत का भी प्रतीक है। मैं मणिपुर के लोगों के जज्बे को सैल्यूट करता हूं। इतनी भारी बारिश में भी आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में यहां आए, मैं आपके इस प्यार के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारी बारिश के कारण मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर नहीं आ पाया, तो मैंने सड़क मार्ग से आना तय किया और आज मैं सड़क पर जो दृश्य देखे तो मेरा मन कहता है कि परमात्मा ने अच्छा किया कि मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर आज नहीं चला और मैं रोड से आया और जो रास्ते भर तिरंगा हाथ में लेकर के अबाल वृद्ध सबने जो प्यार दिया, जो अपनापन दिया, मेरे जीवन में मैं इस पल को कभी नहीं भूल सकता। मैं मणिपुर वासियों का सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं। साथियों, इस क्षेत्र की संस्कृति और परंपराएं, यहां की विविधता और वाइब्रेंसी भारत का बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्य है और मणिपुर के तो नाम में ही मणि है। ये वो मणि है जो आने वाले समय में पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट की चमक को बढ़ाने वाली है। भारत सरकार का निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि मणिपुर को विकास के रास्ते पर तेजी से आगे ले जाएं। इसी कड़ी में मैं आज यहां आप सभी के बीच आया हूं। थोड़ी देर पहले इसी मंच से करीब 7,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास हुआ है। ये प्रोजेक्ट मणिपुर के लोगों की, यहां हिल्स पर रहने वाले ट्राइबल समाज की जिंदगी को और बेहतर बनाएंगे। ये आपके लिए हेल्थ और एजुकेशन की नई सुविधाओं का निर्माण करेंगे। मैं मणिपुर के आप सभी लोगों को, चुराचांदपुर के लोगों को इन परियोजनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, मणिपुर बॉर्डर से सटा राज्य है। यहां पर कनेक्टिविटी हमेशा से बहुत बड़ी चुनौती रही है। अच्छी सड़कें ना होने की वजह से आपको जो परेशानी आती रही है वो मैं भली भांति समझता हूं। इसलिए 2014 के बाद से मेरा बहुत जोर रहा कि मणिपुर की कनेक्टिविटी के लिए लगातार काम किया जाए और इसके लिए भारत सरकार ने 2 स्तर पर काम किया। पहला, हमने मणिपुर में रेल और रोड का बजट कई गुना बढ़ाया और दूसरा, शहरों के साथ ही गांवों तक भी सड़कें पहुंचाने पर जोर लगाया। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में यहां नेशनल हाईवेज पर 3,700 करोड़ रुपए 3,700 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए गए हैं। 8,700 करोड़ की लागत से नए हाईवे पर काम बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है। पहले यहां गांवों में पहुंचना कितना मुश्किल था, आप भी जानते हैं। अब सैकड़ों गांवों में यहां रोड कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचाई गई है। इसका बहुत अधिक लाभ पहाड़ी लोगों को, ट्राइबल गांवों को हुआ है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार के दौरान ही मणिपुर में रेल कनेक्टिविटी का विस्तार हो रहा है। जिरीबाम इंफाल रेलवे लाइन बहुत जल्द राजधानी इंफाल को नेशनल रेल नेटवर्क से जोड़ देगी। इस पर सरकार 22,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। 400 करोड़ की लागत से बना नया इंफाल एयरपोर्ट एयर कनेक्टिविटी को नई ऊंचाई दे रहा है। इस एयरपोर्ट से राज्य से दूसरे हिस्सों के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विसेज भी शुरू की गई है। ये बढ़ती हुई कनेक्टिविटी मणिपुर के आप सभी लोगों की सुविधाएं बढ़ा रही है। यहां के नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार के नए मौके बना रही है। साथियों, आज भारत बहुत तेजी से विकसित हो रहा है। हम बहुत जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने वाले हैं और मेरा पूरा प्रयास है कि विकास का लाभ देश के कोने कोने में पहुंचे। एक समय था जब दिल्ली से घोषणाएं होती थी और उनको यहां पहुंचते पहुंचते दशकों लग जाते थे। आज हमारा चूराचांदपुर, हमारा मणिपुर भी बाकी देश के साथ विकास कर रहा है। अब जैसे देश भर में गरीबों के लिए हमने पक्के घर बनाने की योजना शुरू की, इसका फायदा मणिपुर के भी हजारों परिवारों को मिला। यहां करीब 60,000 घर बन चुके हैं। इसी तरह इस क्षेत्र में पहले बिजली की कितनी समस्या होती थी, हमारी सरकार ने आपको इस परेशानी से मुक्ति दिलाने का प्रण लिया है। इसी का नतीजा है कि यहां मणिपुर में भी 1 लाख से अधिक परिवारों को मुफ्त बिजली कनेक्शन दिया गया है। साथियों, हमारी माताओं बहनों को पानी के लिए भी बहुत सारी मुश्किलें होती थी। इसके लिए हमने हर घर नल से जल स्कीम शुरू की। बीते सालों में 15 करोड़ से अधिक देशवासियों को नल से जल की सुविधा मिल चुकी है। मणिपुर में तो 7-8 साल पहले तक सिर्फ 25-30 हजार घरों में ही पाइप से पानी आता था, लेकिन आज यहां 3.5 लाख से अधिक घरों में नल से जल की सुविधा मिल रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि बहुत जल्द मणिपुर के हर परिवार के घर में पाइप से पानी आने लगेगा। साथियों, पहले के समय में पहाड़ों में, ट्राइबल एरियाज में अच्छे स्कूल कॉलेज, अच्छे अस्पताल ये भी सपना होते थे। कोई बीमार हो जाए तो मरीज को अस्पताल पहुंचाते ही बहुत देर हो जाती थी। आज भारत सरकार के प्रयासों से स्थिति बदल रही है। अब चूराचांदपुरा में ही मेडिकल कॉलेज तैयार हो गया है। यहां अब नए डॉक्टर भी बन रहे हैं और स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं भी बेहतर हो रही है। आप जरा सोचिए, आजादी के अनेक दशकों तक मणिपुर के पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं था। ये काम भी हमारी सरकार ने ही किया है। हमारी सरकार पीएम डिवाइन स्कीम के तहत 5 पहाड़ी जिलों में आधुनिक हेल्थ सर्विस विकसित कर रही है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत भारत सरकार गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा भी दे रही है। मणिपुर के भी करीब 2.5 लाख मरीजों ने इस योजना के जरिए अपना मुफ्त इलाज कराया है। अगर ये मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा ना होती तो यहां मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों को अपने इलाज पर 350 करोड़ रुपए खुद के जेब से खर्च करने पड़ते। लेकिन ये सारा खर्च भारत सरकार ने उठाया है। वो इसलिए क्योंकि हर गरीब की चिंता को दूर करना हमारी प्राथमिकता है। साथियों, मणिपुर की ये धरती, ये क्षेत्र आशा और उम्मीद की भूमि है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हिंसा ने इस शानदार इलाके को अपनी चपेट में ले लिया था। थोड़ी देर पहले मैं उन प्रभावित लोगों से मिला हूं जो कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं। उनसे बातचीत के बाद मैं कह सकता हूं कि उम्मीद और विश्वास की नई सुबह मणिपुर में दस्तक दे रही है। साथियों, किसी भी स्थान पर विकास के लिए शांति की स्थापना बहुत जरूरी है। बीते 11 वर्षों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में दशकों से चल रहे अनेक विवाद, अनेक संघर्ष समाप्त हुए हैं। लोगों ने शांति का रास्ता चुना है, विकास को प्राथमिकता दी है। मुझे संतोष है कि हाल ही में हिल्स और वैली में अलग अलग ग्रुप्स के साथ समझौतों के लिए बातचीत की शुरुआत हुई है। ये भारत सरकार के उन प्रयासों का हिस्सा है जिसमें संवाद, सम्मान और आपसी समझ को महत्व देते हुए शांति की स्थापना के लिए काम किया जा रहा है। मैं सभी संगठनों से अपील करूंगा कि शांति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़कर अपने सपनों को पूरा करें, अपने बच्चों के भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करें। और मैं आज आपको वादा करता हूं, मैं आपके साथ हूं। भारत सरकार आपके साथ है, मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। साथियों, मणिपुर में जिंदगी को फिर से पटरी पर लाने के लिए भारत सरकार हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। जो बेघर हो गए ऐसे परिवारों के लिए 7,000 नए घर बनाने के लिए हमारी सरकार मदद दे रही है। हाल में ही करीब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का स्पेशल पैकेज भी स्वीकृत किया गया है। विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष प्रावधान किया गया है। साथियों, मैं मणिपुर के ट्राइबल नौजवानों के सपने और उनके संघर्षों के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानता हूं। आपकी चिंताओं को दूर करने के लिए अलग अलग समाधानों पर काम हो रहे हैं। सरकार का प्रयास है कि गवर्नेंस की जो लोकल बॉडीज है उनको भी मजबूत किया जाए। इनके विकास के लिए उचित फंड्स की व्यवस्था भी की जा रही है। साथियों, आज हर ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी का विकास ये देश की प्राथमिकता है। पहली बार आदिवासी क्षेत्रों के विकास के लिए धरती आबा जनजातीय ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान चल रहा है। इसके तहत मणिपुर के 500 से ज्यादा गांवों में विकास के काम हो रहे हैं। ट्राइबल एरियाज में एकलव्य मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूलों की संख्या भी बढ़ाई जा रही है। यहां मणिपुर में भी 18 एकलव्य मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बन रहे हैं। स्कूलों और कॉलेजों के आधुनिकीकरण से यहां के पहाड़ी जिलों में एजुकेशन की सुविधाएं बहुत अधिक बढ़ने वाली है। साथियों, मणिपुर का कल्चर नारी शक्ति को बढ़ावा